first one is a foundational issue. The second one is the 702 Daubert issue, and that's completely created because of the state. And the third one is an identification issue. And I say it's an identification issue, I'll jump ahead just a little bit. We believe that these alterations or these modifications, changes were made so the state can bolster Detective Shepard's testimony that the person they circled, the person that they followed, is the person that actually killed that young girl. That's why there's an identification issue that we must address. But first, when it comes to a foundational issue. Under Georgia law, generally a videotape is admissible where the operator of the machine, which produced it, or one who personally witnessed the events recorded, testifies that the videotape accurately portrayed what the witness saw take place at the time the events occurred. This is why we have to ask those questions, is it a fair and accurate representation of what you received? Investigator T, when asked those questions, said yes. That's why we went to the next step. But then when we found out that there was stuff on that on State's Exhibit 2 that he didn't receive, he didn't get from the 3 locations somebody else did, that he just saw later, that was a huge problem. If they want to admit videos, Your Honor, the person they're trying to admit it through has to say, yes, this is an accurate and fair representation of what I perceived, what I received, what I saw, or what I recorded. Now, I believe it's a position of the defense that because of the steps that multiple people that are a part of the state took, there isn't now a single witness that can answer those questions truthfully. And I say that because, again, we get it. They can't bring in anybody from the 3 locations because all they gave was the raw video. So that new altered stuff, they can't say, yes, this is accurate representation. It's not what they gave. Detective or Investigator T can't say, yes, this is what I was given because we know now it was altered. We believe Detective Shepard can't say, yes, this is an accurate representation of what I was given because it wasn't. We know he made alterations himself and then it moved on to their graphics department. We don't know how many people in the graphics department touched this. We don't know what they did with it. And I'm going to get to that in a minute with the 702. But as of right now, this has passed through so many hands from the quote-unquote raw video that the state was talking about that what they're trying to get in now, there isn't a witness that they presented to us, that they told us about, that we've been able to speak to, that can say, yes, this is a fair, accurate representation of what I received because it's been altered, changed, and modified so much. I'll try to streamline this as much as possible.
You're fine.
Now, issue 2, which is the 702 Daubert issue. I'd first like to address, bring to the attention of the court, Mitchell v. State. I know I gave you a copy of this a couple of days ago, but that's Mitchell v. State, 320 Georgia, 673, a 2025 case. Under Rule 701A, a lay witness may testify in the form of opinions or inferences that are rationally based on the perception of the witness, helpful to clear an understanding of the witness's testimony or the determination of a fact and issue, and not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge. And as the court's fully aware, because we're in Georgia and we're a rule of evidence, now we're under 24/7 702 and the Daubert standard. And I bring up the Daubert standard, Your Honors, because again, we're not talking about just the raw footage that was given from those 3 locations. Alterations, changes, a lot has been done with these videos to get to what the state's trying to introduce now. A lay witness can't come in because, again, we still don't know how it got from point A to point B to point wherever we are now. So now I believe they have moved all of this, if they're going to try to introduce it, to the Daubert standard because there's some type of other specialized knowledge that was put into these exhibits and into this evidence that didn't exist at the beginning. We have to have a whole hearing about that. Now, the admissibility of expert testimony in Georgia, like I said, is governed by 24/7 702, which provides as follows. If scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify thereto in the form of an opinion or otherwise if the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data, the testimony is a product of reliable principles and methods, and the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of the case which have been or will be admitted into evidence. So not only does their witness have to be able to lay the proper foundation that what they received is actually fair and accurate. They also now, because they manipulated and altered it so much, they have to be able to, under the 702 Daubert standard, lay the foundation that not only what they did is reliable in the methodology they use, but they used it reliably in this case. That has not been done yet. Detective or Investigator Teague is not in a position to do that. None of the people from the 3 locations is in a position to do that, and we have no idea how many people were in their graphics department. Don't know if any of them are actually qualified to do that as well. We don't even know who those people are at this point. Now, issue number 3 is an identification issue. Now, Your Honor, I believe, well, not I believe, I mean, it's pretty much common that the reason the state did this is because there are parts of certain videos that, I mean, it's outside, so it's dark, and there's a distance, and there are a bunch of people, a bunch of things walking around. I believe one of the arguments the state's going to say is the alterations, the changes, well, I don't know if they're deletions or not, but the modifications that they took part or that they did to create this compilation and to create these still photos and to create all of these circles and markings, they did it not to change the substance of the video, but just to give an identification, to make it clear of who they want, what I believe the jury to believe is the actual shooter that killed that little girl. There's a huge problem with that, Your Honor. Number one, when it comes to identification in Georgia, there are ways to work around that. Or I'm sorry, there are procedures that have to be in place before they can put a witness up there that could testify to that, especially when it comes to a video that's blurry. So the first one, Your Honor, part 1, is who can actually make that identification. Part 2 is how can they make that identification, and part 3 is when can they make it. So for starting with part 1, Georgia law, someone who personally knows the person being identified. So in this case, it's someone who personally knows Mr. Conley. They can get on the stand, look at a video that's blurry, and says, yes, I know that's Mr. Conley, or yes, I know that's somebody else. Again, I would like to turn the court's attention to Mitchell v. State, 320 Georgia 673. I already spoke about under Rule 701 in lay witnesses, so I'll skip to the next part. Such lay opinion testimony may include a witness's identification of a defendant in surveillance photographs or video recordings, at least where there is some basis for concluding that a witness is more likely than the jury to correctly identify the person or the defendant as the person in the photo or video. One such basis is the witness's familiarity with the defendant's appearance. In most cases, the opportunity to observe a person's mannerisms, gait, and similar characteristics depicted in video footage will increase the likelihood that a lay witness familiar with the defendant will be better equipped than jurors to identify the defendant from such images. A lay witness with such familiarity would be in an even better position than jurors to identify the defendant where the video was of such poor quality that the average juror would not be able to distinguish the faces by themselves. Investigator Teague is not the person that can do that. And Detective Shepard is definitely not the person familiar enough with Mr. Conley to be able to identify somebody better than the jury can. They are not proper witnesses that can do that. Part 2, someone who was a witness or victim on the scene during the actual incident. I would like to turn the court's opinion, or turn the court to Pearson v. State, Pearson v. State, 311 Georgia 26, a 2021 case. It is improper to allow a witness to testify as to the identity of a person in a video or photograph when such opinion evidence tends only to establish a fact which average jurors could decide thinking for themselves and drawing their own conclusions. The video in this case, however, does not clearly show the man's face, so it would have been difficult for the jurors to identify the man. By contrast, Frazier, who was the witness that took the stand and made the identification, was familiar with the appellant, was a witness to the events in the video, so her testimony was not based merely on her opinion of whom she saw on the video, but also her recollection of what she experienced in the parking lot. So in this particular case, Your Honor, this witness not only saw the video and said, yes, I can ID the person, she was actually a witness on the scene when the video was taken, and her testimony wasn't based just off the video. It was based off of something more than the video. Again, Investigator Teague is not that person. He was never in that position to make that identification, and Detective Shepard definitely wasn't there. He's not in the position to make that identification. So part 3, when we come to law enforcement and non-experts, because again, Detective Shepard hasn't been qualified as an expert under 702 Daubert. So right now, he's still considered not a, I would say lay witness. I'm not sure if we can call cops that, but a non-expert. And I'd like to draw the court's attention to United States v. Wiley, W-I-L-E-Y, 78 F. 4th, 1355. That is a 2023 11th Circuit case. We have explained that lay opinion identification testimony may be helpful to the jury where there is some basis for concluding that the witness is more likely to correctly identify the defendant from the photograph than is a jury. On the one end of the spectrum, familiarity derived from a witness's close relationship to or substantial and sustained contact with the defendant weighs heavily in favor of admitting the witness's identification. On the other hand, knowledge of the defendant's appearance based entirely on the witness's review of photographs is not based on anything more than the evidence the jury would have before his trial. Now, Your Honor, in this case, well, basically, let me back up. What this case basically says is an officer that looks at a surveillance video, it says, well, I think this is somebody, so I'm going to identify that person as somebody in front of a jury. You can't do that. There has to be more than that. In this particular case, United States v. Wiley, the court went on to say some of the officers couldn't identify him because all they did was look at a video, and that's not enough, because that's what the jury's supposed to do. But they did say that there was one or two officers that actually shortly after the incident happened, shortly after the video was recorded and received, they were actually present and arrested the defendant. So they saw the video after they already saw the defendant in short time, and they could identify as this is the person that we believe we arrested. Detective Shepard still can't do that. Mr. Regis actually, I don't want to jump to it. So the point is, Detective Shepard, all of the information that was received throughout this trial, and all of the information that we know Detective Shepard received was a black guy, may have had a mask, well, no, not may have had a mask, did have a mask, but we're not sure exactly which kind. Could have been a COVID mask, could have been another mask from a bounty hunter. Dressed in all black, one had a white t-shirt on. No one ever described what or at least there's no testimony that any witness ever described what Mr. Conley looked like or what Mr. Conley was, or how he was dressed. So before Mr. Conley, and I'm gonna go talk about the press conference he gave. Before Mr. Conley gave that press conference, the only identifications for the actual shooter were black men that didn't look like him and clearly weren't dressed like him. Then Detective Shepard, we all saw that the state brought in the Tom Jones? Yes, Mr. Tom Jones as a witness. We saw the interview, we saw the press conference, we see what Mr. Conley looks like. So at the point where what Wiley says is the officers close in time to getting having the incident happen, getting the recording, and arresting the defendant, Detective Shepard isn't that person that can bring that information in as well. Now, I believe what the state's going to say is because it was dark, because you can't see everything, that we're just assisting the jury in determining who did what. Well, that's not how that works, Your Honor. What they're actually trying to do, again, is trying to put an officer on the stand, Detective Shepard, and bolster his testimony by saying, I believe this is Julian Conley. Let's follow Julian Conley, or the person we think it is, and we believe that's the person that shot him. That's not how evidence is supposed to work. The state, this isn't like they blew up a picture and just made it a little bigger for them to look at. This isn't even in certain instances where you lighten a picture so you can kind of see something else. They're leaving the video, the quality of the video the same. They're just literally circling it and pointing arrows at this person and saying, hey, this is Mr. Conley. He's the one that did everything. They haven't presented a single witness that can actually do that, and that starts at the very beginning when it comes to foundation. Now, also, Your Honor, I believe the state may make or take the position that this happened so many years ago, and Mr. Conley's appearance may or may not have changed. He doesn't look like the same that he looked back then in the video. Well, that's not true. In their opening, Your Honor, they showed the video, they showed a picture of Mr. Conley for the MARTA bus, which was like 6 hours before the shooting. You clearly see his face. Furthermore, not only in their opening they showed the press conference, but they literally played the video to where they saw what Mr. Conley looked like after the incident when he gave the press conference with his former attorney. So they can't get up here now and say, well, his appearance has changed, and Detective Shepard knew what he looked like back then and knew what he looked like now, so he's assisting them with that. That's over because the state ended that themselves when they played the press conference. Make sure I don't miss anything or backtrack. So at this point, the state conceded when we first addressed this issue, that it's not a demonstrative. I believe they're going to get up here and say this is still substantive evidence, and they haven't changed the substance, but that's not true, Your Honor. The substance of a video is what the video actually shows. The substance of a video isn't this is what we want you to look at in the entire video. At the point where they take the entire video, they splice it up to show the jury what they want the jury to see. They circle certain people that we can't or that they can't identify, and they possibly can't know who it is. They point arrows to the person, put words underneath, and then follow that person. That changes the substance of the video. And because for all of those reasons, Your Honor, until we know exactly what happened, exactly who touched it, exactly how it was used, exactly how many hands it passed through, and exactly a witness that can lay the foundation and go through all of these steps that the state created by changing these alterations, we believe that State's Exhibit 2, the way they're trying to introduce it, is inadmissible. Now, if they want to introduce the raw video that they got from the BP, the liquor store, and the warehouse, we are fine with that. But anything other than that, Your Honor, we're going to need a day to argue all of this with their witnesses after we talk to our people to figure out what was done. So for those reasons, we're asking that you keep out all of the alterations and only bring in the quote-unquote raw data that was received at the beginning.
Do you agree that they could play the raw data and zoom in as they show that on the computer?
Yes, in front of a jury, yes.
Okay.
However, yes, they can do that, but I do not believe that once they do zoom in, they can say, this is Julian Conley doing ... That's for the jury, unless they can show some type of familiarity to prove that, to show how they know that's Julian Conley.
Do you agree that these witnesses could testify that the person in the video resembles Mr. Conley?
Well, that's the question. Which witnesses?
I'm asking you.
No. And
You don't think any of the law enforcement could say that?
I believe that they can say that that is Mr. Conley in the MARTA bus. 100% I believe they could say that. I believe that they can say that that's Mr. or someone that resembles the clothing, kind of the clothing that Mr. Conley was wearing in the parking lot. After that, when they're doing circles and pointing arrows, absolutely not. You cannot see who that person is. The only people that would be the people that were actually there during the incident.
And if they characterize particularly the still photograph with the circles on it, if they characterize that as a demonstrative, how would that change your argument, or would it at all?
Well, then it would go under a 403 analysis. And I really can't answer that until I know which witness is going to say it, how they have the information to say it. But then we could definitely make a 403 analysis on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you mind if I just...
Not at all.
So I'm going to start with the argument as it relates to the video being, I guess, altered in the sense that they're not the raw footage. The testimony of Detective Teague is the compilation is the raw footage, but it's the raw footage from the 3 different locations next to each other. So it's like playing 2 separate TVs side by side. So if you want us to bring in another big screen, we can play them both at the same time, because that would be what this is equivalent to. It's just playing the BP at 8 o'clock, let's say, for example, and then playing the warehouse video cameras at the exact same time in 2 separate TVs. So if the court wants to give us time to bring in another Mondo board or large TV, we'll be happy to do that. As it relates to the circles that were placed by Detective Shepard around individuals that he believed to be persons of interest as it relates to his investigation. I would give the court United States v. Rowinski, which is R-O-W-I-N-S-K-Y, the 2013 U.S. District Court of Florida from 2013. In that case, the court says, as for the circles and arrows added around pictures and people in the videos, the court does not agree that they constitute hearsay. Rather, the circles and arrows are more akin to summary charts, effectively summarizing the images that the government believes to be relevant from the photographs and the videos, containing numerous people whose presence is allegedly irrelevant to the charges in the case, which is exactly what we have here. He identified people or persons of interest, and he followed those people and persons of interest through the hours of footage that he watched in all 3 of the video systems that he was able to recover. That's all this is akin to. So it's not hearsay. There's no markings that would constitute as testimonial as it relates to Detective Shepard's circles on the video, and more importantly, it doesn't alter the raw footage. The raw footage is the raw footage. It just puts a circle around one of the individuals contained within the raw footage. As it relates to the...
So, hold on one second. So the photograph with the circles and some words on it, that hasn't been altered in any way? That's not... the image itself hasn't been changed by your graphics department?
No.
Other than to add the circles and the words?
Well, the circles were added by the actual photographs that are found in Detective Shepard's report are photographs made from stopping video, screenshotting it, and then putting it in his lead supplement and putting circles around the people he followed as persons of interest.
With marker?
Correct.
Okay.
Or marker in the sense that it's a computer marker, yes, with marker, for lack of better words.
Okay.
So there's no alterations as it relates to any of the raw footage as described by defense counsel during his argument. As it relates to the identification issue brought up by defense counsel, I would wholly disagree that this is a 702 issue. It has nothing to do with, this is lay witness testimony that would be more than permissible under 701. I would bring to the court's attention first, Taylor v. State, which is 315 Georgia 630. It's a 2023 case. According to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, identification testimony that's based on a witness's firsthand observation of the defendant's appearance is the type of evidence contemplated by Rule 701, and I meant, Your Honor, United States versus Knowles, KNOWLES 889 F3D.
Can I have that side one more time?
Yes, I apologize.
That's okay.
889 F3D 1251. It's an 11th Circuit Court case from 2018.
Okay.
I'd also bring to the court's attention Cross v. State. In that, in Cross, the court makes clear, I apologize. In Cross, the court says, rather than setting forth specific factors that must be present for the admission of identification testimony under OCGA 247701A, the Supreme Court of Georgia has held that such lay witness testimony is admissible so long as there is some basis for concluding that a witness is more likely than the jury to correctly identify a defendant as an individual depicted in the video recording. Then lay testimony identifying a defendant in those video recordings is admissible under 701.
And what's the site for Cross again?
It's 370 Georgia, Appeals 250.
50. Thank you.
And then I'd like to bring to the court's attention a recent case as it relates to the same or similar issue for identification. In United States v. Wilson, 143 F 4th 647, pin site 663. It's a 5th Circuit Court case that just came out July 17th, 2025. It is almost directly akin to the case that we have, or the situation we have in this case, Your Honor. Deputy Atkins' identification of Fernandez and Wilson, the defendants in that case, fits comfortably within the appropriate authority. A specialist in apprehending fugitives, like Deputy Atkins, had become familiar with Wilson and Fernandez's appearance while investigating them. And Deputy Atkins' testimony was particularly helpful to the jury because Wilson and Fernandez were wearing hats and sunglasses in the Instagram photos and videos in which he was permitted to identify the defendant from prior video footage that he had also been able to come in contact with, which is akin to Detective Shepard in this case. He not only looked at hours and hours of video footage, but he also was able to get the defendant's entire Instagram username profile, where he saw hundreds and hundreds of videos and photographs of this defendant. He was also able to get several hundred photos that were sent to him from the bolos that were distributed throughout the media in the city of Atlanta of people identifying the defendant as Julian Conley. And to me, this is almost a moot point because the defendant himself identifies himself as the person in the red from the scene when he gives his interview with his counsel at the time, Mr. Patterson. So
I think they concede that you can prove that he was at the bus. The issue is in the other photographs. Am I speaking out of turn?
I guess I guess that's the confusion that I have, because the photographs, or it's video, because I don't have any other photographs, but it's video where he's wearing the exact same thing in the video, the MARTA video photograph, in which he identifies himself in, making the point moot. And more importantly, during the interview in which he gave with Tom Jones and his counsel next to him, he admitted that he was standing there at the barricade at the time the shooting occurred, which is exactly what Detective Shepard's testimony would be based on his hours and hours and hours of footage that he reviewed from the BP warehouse footage, as well as the package store video surveillance, Your Honor. So based upon all of the case law and the evidence that would come out before Detective Shepard, and I guess the point of admitting it through Detective Teague was exactly what defense counsel mentioned during his argument. Detective Teague is the person who was able to retrieve all of the raw footage, which is exactly what the compilation video is. It's all of the raw footage that is put together. It's not spliced. It's literally the same raw footage from the same time period playing at the exact same time with Detective Shepard's circles on them.
So in terms of laying a foundation for it, you absolutely had to have that testimony.
Correct.
Okay, do you need a ruling? You want to follow up? You
Yes.
have anything left to say? Okay. And did I cut you off, or were you finished?
I would have been repetitive, so I'm glad you cut me off.
Okay.
I'd first like to say, before we give a ruling, I gave the court and the state my case law a couple of days ago. They're just now telling me these cases. I haven't had an opportunity to look at them yet, so I would like to look at them before the court gives a ruling. Secondly, Your Honor, just listening to the state's argument, I still don't believe that they're on the same issue that we are. It sounds like one of their cases, the officer that was on the stand was a specialized officer who specialized in investigating people, and he's bringing that information in. They haven't presented any information that Investigator Teague or Shepard are specialized in anything other than collecting videos and altering them. Another issue, Your Honor, is I still don't know what type of videos those cases that the state quoted were talking about. I'm specifically talking about the videos that are akin to ours. It's not 100% true when the state says they're just putting two separate videos up side by side together. Your Honor, at some points there's like a 6-hour gap in between when you see or when they want you to see Mr. Conley, and then when they want you to believe who you're looking at as Mr. Conley is now. Secondly, Your Honor, yes, we can see he was there at the MARTA station. You see exactly what he's wearing. The state says, well, you can still see what he's wearing in other pictures. That is not true. The person that they're circling and literally pointing an arrow to, you can't tell what the color of the clothing is, like the state's trying to tell you. So that tells me that I don't believe their case law is on point as close to ours. Also, Your Honor, in the press conference, it's not true that when the state said Mr. Conley said that he was right there at the barricade when it happened. Mr. Conley admitted that he was at the scene, and I believe we have witnesses that are going to testify and show that that's actually true. He was at the scene, but he was not at the barricade when it happened, and he's definitely not the person that the state circled and is pointing an arrow to. And I think the biggest thing, Your Honor, is at the point where you take raw video footage, and then it passes through the hands of multiple people in multiple departments, so you can bring it in to show that shows there's some type of specialized knowledge. We still have I am not able, and Mr. Regis is not able, Ms. Broderick is not able to properly cross a person when we don't know what happened with this specialized knowledge. The simplest way I can look at it, Your Honor, is if I'm a third grade teacher and I'm teaching math, you want your son to know math. If I just tell your son 2 + 2 is 4, substantively, I have not changed math. 2 + 2 = 4. But he didn't take the steps to get to it. That's what evidence is. We present evidence to give the jury the steps to get to it. If we allow the state to bring in a video, circle it, put an arrow on it, and say, this is Julian Conley, they're boasting this is Julian Conley without allowing them to take the steps to get to it. So for those reasons, I would like to research their cases before you give a ruling, and I can do that. Shepard's next?
No.
then I should be able to do that
I want to
before
look at them
Shepard
too,
case.
so to put your mind at ease, I'm also going to look at his cases. But do you agree they could do that in court? Do you agree that playing the raw footage, the detective could circle it on the screen and then they could print that?
100%.
Well, that would just, if you want to add hours to his testimony, that's fine. But if 2 + 2 = 4 always, and all the state is doing, you've got 2 + 2 that's a little bit smaller, and then you zoom in and you still have 2 + 2. It's just a larger version of 2 + 2. The 4 is still the same. And the 6 hours of footage that he claims that were spliced, and that's when you see the defendant. The Marta video is taken at 9:13 p.m. The shooting is at 9:46. We're at less than a half an hour to when the defendant is seen in the exact same clothing that he is in the Marta and at the barricade. And to be clear, during the interview, Mr. Patterson and his client say that he is at the barricade, he is there when the car goes by, that he witnesses, allegedly, one of his friends get hit by the car, go down, get up, and start to shoot. And he would be able to testify to that, or he would be able to tell whoever he needed to say as it relates to that, but he's choosing not to say anything further as it relates to the investigation, were the exact words of the interview by his agent.
Okay, let's all look at those cases and we can take this up later. I don't want to overcomplicate it. The purpose of the authentication statute in Georgia is that we don't have to bring the camera maker, we don't have to bring whoever developed the photograph. We have to have, though, a witness who can properly authenticate. So let me look at these cases and see where we are. Okay.
And Judge, if I just may, depending on what your ruling is, Mr. Patterson is here, that may change.
Right.
how we move.
Are you calling Mr. Patterson, or
May
he's your
likely-
witness?
We may likely be calling Mr. Patterson.
Okay.
He's in the United States.
Okay, I thought he was just observing. Thank you. Okay, are we ready with a different witness that doesn't require this?
Yes.
Okay.
But we should probably bring to the court's attention the witness is it's a short GBI witness. That's the witness that was scheduled to testify prior to.
What's the nature of its expert testimony?
It's GSR.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it will be quick. Okay, that's fine. You want to bring the jury out? Okay.
All right, to the jury.
Yeah, 105 is the report. It's already been tested.
Judge, that kind of sworn.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience while we argued some legal issues. Hopefully that'll make the day run a little more smoothly. We are probably going to have to send you out for a few minutes at some point this morning, but we're going to go ahead and hear from our first witness now.
Can we call Alexander Coker?
Swear affirm the testimony you give to the court that you will go ahead and have a seat in the United States. Spell your name.
My name is Alexander Coven, Alexander, C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
Good morning, Mr. Tobin.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am a scientist, a microanalyst in the trace evidence section at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
And can you tell the jurors how long you've been employed by the GBI or the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, the State Crime Lab?
About 10 and a half years.
And of those 10.5 years, have you always worked in the position of a microanalyst in the trace section of the GBI?
No, for maybe the first 9 or 10 months or so, I was a lab technician in the trace evidence section, and then I was promoted to the scientist position.
And can you tell the jurors, what is the trace evidence section of the GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Trace evidence deals with any areas of analysis, a multitude of which are dealing with gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and coatings, plastic, tape, hair, fiber, glass, fractured materials, and a lot of general unknowns.
And if you could, for the jurors, Mr. Coben, explain to them your educational background and training that you've received that allowed you to work in that area of science.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University, and upon being hired at the GBI and promoted to the scientist position, I started a training program, and the way we do it is whatever area of analysis we need examiners in, that's what you're going to start your training in. And for me, it was GSR. And so that was about a 6-month-long training program, like going back to school again, lots of reading, exercises, tests. And then once that was complete, about a 3-month-long supervised casework phase where I was doing real casework, but my trainer was going through some of the technical steps with me as well. And when it comes to every area of analysis that I'm trained in, that's a similar training program that I have to go through.
And you mentioned specifically, I know your few seconds ago, your testimony that trace evidence looks at paint, things, GSR, gunshot residue, and other items of trace evidence. I want to specifically talk about what you just described, that you received specialized training on GSR, gunshot residue analysis and testing. Can you tell the jurors what gunshot residue is and the training that you received specifically to identify or attempt to identify gunshot residue and items of evidence that you received?
Gunshot residue, gunshot primer residue specifically, which is what we are looking for in these types of examinations, are a collection of microscopic particles that are created when a firearm is discharged. This plume or cloud of vaporous gases are formed when a firearm is discharged and kind of behaves like a plume of flour or baby powder, if you will. These particles that we're looking for are invisible to the naked eye. Molten discrete particles containing all 3 of the elements lead, barium, and antimony. And they have the ability to settle out or land on any surfaces in close proximity to that firearm that has been discharged. And as far as the training for GSR, again, it was a 6-month-long training program, like going back to school. And over the years, we stay abreast on any new research, journal articles coming out that pertain to the science. And we are also proficiency tested on a rolling basis, maybe every 1 to 2 years, to make sure that I'm still proficient in doing GSR analysis.
And I know you said the first 9 to 10 months of your employment with the GBI, you worked as a technician in the trace section, but you were then promoted to the scientist level. Can you tell the jurors in those 9 years you have been a scientist, have you always worked in the area of GSR, gunshot primer residue analysis and testing?
Yes, I have.
And I think you just mentioned over the years, as you continue your employment, you also continue your training relates to that specific area of science, doing the trace evidence area.
Yes, I did.
And you had an opportunity in the last 9 years to testify
Yes, I have.
And have you, during the times you've testified on GSR, have you been qualified as an expert during the times you've testified?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender Alexander Coben as an expert in gunshot primer residue.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you, a few minutes ago, kind of explained what gunshot primer residue is and how it's created. Now, can you tell the jurors how you received the evidence that you attempt to test for the residue that you talked about?
Any law enforcement agency in the state of Georgia or DA's office can submit evidence to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Sciences. And typically that will come in through our evidence receiving section, usually through the lockbox system. And that is a wall with a row of lockers in it where somebody can open one side of the lockers, deposit the evidence, and once that locker is closed, no one else has access to it, except for our evidence receiving technicians on the other side of that wall. They will then take that evidence, get any proper documentation that came with that evidence, and create a GBI-specific case number for it, itemize all of the evidence that came with it, and route it throughout the laboratory to any section where the examination for that evidence is needed.
And before we get into the evidence that you received as it relates to this case, can you tell the jurors, you talked about the process and how gunshot residue is scattered or dispersed from a firearm, but can you tell the jurors where on a person or an object that gunshot residue can typically be found because of that plume of, for example, you said like baby powder as it expands?
Where on a person or object. So, for instance, if you are a shooter and you discharge the firearm, the GSR particles will be landing or settling out on any surfaces in close proximity to that firearm, to include you yourself if you're the shooter. So mainly your hands and maybe the front side of your body, so your clothing items. And then, of course, again, anything that's in close proximity to that discharging firearm.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention. Can you tell the jurors when evidence is received, like you talked about, does the GBI create a unique case number for every piece of evidence received as it relates to a specific case?
There will be one case number created, and then each piece of evidence will have its own item number.
And as it relates to GBI case number or DOFS case number 2020-1017123, did you receive evidence as it relates to that case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors what evidence did you receive related to that unique case number?
I received a GSR collection kit identified as used to sample a Jeep headliner.
I want to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence. Exhibit 104. You can already open, look inside of the bag, sticker on it.
Okay.
It's states in the 104, the kit that you received, you just described you received as it relates to the GSR testing and analysis that you did.
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors from looking at states in the 104, kind of explain to them a little bit about the process, about how the GSR was collected as it relates to the materials or the tests that you received in 104?
Typically, a person's hands or any item that you believe may have GSR on it can be sampled for GSR, usually using one of these GSR collection kits. These kits contain 3 stubs, what we call stubs, which is a 1/2 inch in diameter metal disc with black carbon adhesive tape on the top. And so any surface that you think has GSR on it, you can take those stubs and dab and sample that area for GSR, and any particulate matter that is there can be picked up. Typically, you would have a right-hand stub, a left-hand stub, and then a control stub. That control stub is not to be touched to anything. It's just to be exposed to the collection environment, showing that there's no extraneous GSR in the collection environment, which can also be carried throughout the entire examination process with me at the laboratory. Like I said, usually it's a hand kit, so a person's hands would be getting sampled for using these kits, but in some cases, like in this one, a vehicle can be sampled and the labels for right hand and left hand can be scratched out, and you can, if it's deemed necessary, specify what area you sampled using those stubs.
And is that what was done here as it relates to, I think you previously said it was the headliner?
Yes, so for this particular case, it was identified to me on the front of the kit that it was from a Jeep headliner, but the stubs themselves didn't have any additional information on it.
And in the information that you received from the evidence receiving technician for the GBI, can you tell the jurors what agency the evidence came from?
This came from Atlanta PD.
And can you tell the jurors when you receive evidence and do your testing, do you memorialize your findings and conclusions in a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you do that in this instance?
Yes, I did.
And does that report that you memorialize your findings have the unique case number that we talked about specifically for the Georgia Group investigation?
Yes, it does.
And do your reports typically not only contain your number and your analysis and conclusion, but does it indicate who, I guess, provide the agency, detective who's requested the specific testing?
Yes, it does.
Does it involve the case number as it relates to the agency here at APD that provided you the evidence?
Yes, it does.
Now I want to show you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes. 105. You will take a look at that and let me know you're done just by looking up.
Okay.
Mr. Kobe, do you recognize State Exhibit 105?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
This is my GSR report for this particular case. I recognize it by the Division of Forensic Sciences seal at the top, the GBI specific case number that we mentioned earlier, as well as my signature at the end of the report.
And is that a copy of the same report you created as a result of the analysis and testing that you did from the evidence contained in State Exhibit 104?
Yes, it is.
This time around, the state contender was remarked State Exhibit 104 evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted, and you can display it.
Thank you, Judge. We play hide and go seek with the courts. I want you to talk a little bit about, you've talked about what GSR is and how it's created. Can you explain to the jurors, once you've received the evidence, kind of the process that you go through when doing the testing and analysis to determine if there's a presence or lack of presence of GSR?
Once I am assigned the case, I will retrieve this evidence out of our evidence locker in the trace evidence section and begin my examination using a scanning electron microscope equipped with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer, or SEM-EDS for short. And all that is just a very high-powered microscope that uses a strong beam of electrons instead of light, like how you would usually see with a biology class microscope. This instrument allows me to see what is on the surface of that black carbon adhesive. So any particulate matter that was picked up, I could see it and image it. And then this instrument also allows me to get an elemental profile of what those particles are made of. So again, I'm looking for small, discrete, molten particles that contain all three of the elements, lead, barium, and antimony, to be characterized as GSR.
And
This GSR collection kit that contains samples from the Jeep headliner failed to reveal any particles characteristic of GSR.
Now, can you tell the jury, based on your experience, number of years of experience with the trace evidence section, specifically in gunshot primer residue, can you tell the jurors, and based on your training, what does the lack of, in your opinion, of GSR indicate to you from your expert opinion?
That indicates that either this vehicle was not in close proximity to a firearm itself when it was discharged, did not touch something that had GSR on it to transfer to this vehicle, this Jeep headliner, or the GSR particles, if they were in fact there at one point in time, they were lost before this headliner got sampled for GSR.
Hypothetically, if in this instance the headliner from the Jeep that was collected and submitted for testing, if a firearm was fired inside of the Jeep with all four windows up or down, the firearm was fired from inside the Jeep, would you expect to find GSR particles in your analysis after you tested the evidence?
If a firearm was discharged inside of a closed vehicle and that vehicle was not cleaned or washed before being sampled, yes, I would expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle.
Would you also expect to find GSR in that vehicle, even if a firearm is discharged and let's say one of the windows is down?
And it was discharged inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, I would still expect to find particles of GSR at that point too.
And after doing your analysis on the evidence that we talked about in States Exhibit 104, did that complete your part or your role as it relates to the testing of the evidence that was submitted to Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it did.
Thank you for your time.
Cross-examination?
Very, very briefly. If that arm was outside the window and that car is moving and there's a hot, humid July night, you would not expect to find GSR inside the vehicle, would you?
It's difficult to say because every situation is different. I wouldn't be surprised if I found a small amount of GSR just because that plume could still have the possibility of coming inside of the vehicle with that rolled down window. But a large amount I wouldn't expect to find, no. And different circumstances can cause you to maybe not find any GSR there at that point.
So, with that arm outside that window, as that car is traveling, let's say 20, 30 plus miles per hour, you have whatever GSR there might be impacted by wind, correct?
That is correct.
You have whatever GSR there might be impacted by humidity, correct?
I would reasonably expect so. We haven't had a lot of studies on that, if at all. But that's reasonable to expect that the humidity may be able to affect that plume itself, how large it gets and where it goes.
When you have that barium, antimony, and lead, they can be impacted again by wind and weather and environmental factors, correct?
Yes, it can.
And in terms of where that GSR could go, it could also be impacted by the type of weather, correct?
Yes, it can.
For example, a 22, it does something funky with the GSR. It doesn't even shoot the same pattern, isn't that correct?
That's correct. The plume is different at that point.
Without knowing the type of weapon, you don't know the likelihood of finding GSR on a headliner, do you?
Sometimes I am given an indication of what kind of firearm was used and the ammunition. In this particular case, I have the information with me, but I don't have it memorized.
And with that arm being outside that window of that moving car on that July 4th humid Atlanta night, you would be not at all surprised if there was 0 GSR inside that car. Isn't that correct?
On the headliner, no, that would not. That it's fine to. It's reasonable to expect that you wouldn't find GSR on the headliner, the roof of the vehicle, if this is the scenario that I'm being provided with.
And all they gave you were a few samples from the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions.
Based on your training and experience, is it reasonable to expect to not find or a lack of presence of GSR if the circumstances where a gun wasn't fired in the car?
That is correct. If a gun was not fired in the car, I would not expect to find GSR, and I have not found GSR in circumstances like that.
And if in the scenario that defense counsel just walked you through, if somebody hypothetically had shot out an open window, would you expect to find GSR on the door area where the window is open?
Yes, that is possible to have some of the that plume deposit right on that door area. Yes.
Even when it's a hot, humid July night?
Even in those circumstances, yes.
Even when there's wind on that hot, humid July 4th night?
Correct, yes.
And would you expect to find GSR in a car if, hypothetically, someone indicated that the driver rolled down the passenger window and pointed across the car and shot out the passenger window? Would you expect to find GSR on the headliner?
In that scenario, yes, I would absolutely expect to find GSR.
I want to be clear, your testimony was that in this instance, from your testing, you did not detect any GSR found in the items of evidence that were presented to you that were collected from the Jeep.
Correct, no GSR.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And I just need to be clear again, I apologize. What items were tested?
In this particular instance, the headliner of the Jeep was tested for GSR.
What about the outside of the vehicle as far as you know?
The outside of the vehicle was not tested or sampled for GSR.
Thank you, sir.
Well, let me ask you this question. It's my last question, I apologize.
It's
if
okay.
A car is under attack and as it drives by, one or multiple individuals shoot into the driver's side of the car, would you expect to find GSR on the outside of the vehicle because it was hit by bullets?
Yes, I would expect to find GSR there. It gets a little tricky with the outside of vehicles because, again, this is exposed to the elements. I don't know how quickly this vehicle got sampled or any vehicle in that instance would get sampled. Like if it rained before you sampled it for GSR, you might lose those particles. The outside of a vehicle is not something that's going to just hold GSR particles very well, like a cloth material or a person's hands. But yes, the GSR would be deposited on this vehicle if it was shot at on the outside of that vehicle. How long those particles would stay there, I can't say for sure.
And let's say in the example you just gave, the testing was done and you didn't find GSR, but you saw at least 8 bullet holes in the car. Based on your training and experience, would your conclusion be the car was shot by bullets still?
Yes, me not finding and still not finding GSR, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, me not finding GSR on the headliner of this Jeep, even when it was shot multiple times, that would not change my thinking or my conclusion that this vehicle was shot, because those GSR particles would not necessarily have the best possibility to get on the headliner if you're shooting through the outside of the vehicle. Most particles of GSR would be deposited on the outside of that vehicle, not inside.
One question. know, in looking at your report, State's Exhibit, yes,
105.
105.
State's Exhibit 105, it has the word conclusion, it has the word conclusions in it. But the lack of gunshot residue on that headliner is not, despite the word conclusion, is not conclusive of a gun being fired outside the window. Isn't that correct?
There are many possibilities that could explain why no GSR was found.
Again, I want to make certain, I apologize, my question was not clear. Despite the word conclusion, it is not conclusive. Is that correct?
It is a conclusion, but I cannot tell you which of these conclusions is the correct one.
So it is not conclusive, correct?
It is a conclusion that I created, and there's 3 or 4 different possibilities in that conclusion, and I cannot tell you which one of those, based off of the information I have, is the correct, what actually happened.
And to be clear, you work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations Crime Lab, correct?
Yes, I do.
You are part of law enforcement, correct?
We can be viewed as part of law enforcement, although we are separate from law enforcement.
Isn't it correct, the very website says you exist to give cutting-edge technology to assist law enforcement?
That is correct.
No further questions.
Anything else?
You may be excused, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Thank you, that's okay. Thank you for joining us, and you can be excused.
Thank you.
Can I see the lawyers at the bench?
For the record purpose, the state would call Detective Shepard proper testimony, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You swear affirm testimony given to the court that the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And have sweet in the United States,
Detective Jerrion Shepard, JARIONSHEPHARD.
Judge, is it okay that I don't go through the whole, sorry. Detective Shepard, just mainly want to talk to you about the videos that you received in this particular case.
Yes.
Do you recall how many videos you received from how many different locations?
From the BP gas station, from an All-American Package store, and the warehouse, the 100 University, the Teague properties.
And in your review of the video footage, did you observe an individual that you believe to be a suspect in the homicide of Secoriea Turner?
I did.
And what exactly did you observe about that person that you believe to be involved in the murder of Secoriea?
He had very unique, distinctive clothes, red shirt, white letters on the back, blue jean pants. He had a strap-on satchel around his side, and he had an AR-15 that was hanging off his waist.
Was there something particular about, anything else particular about that defendant?
Yes, he had a bandana on. He had dreadlocks, a twist type in his hair.
After observing that, did you do anything with the video that you received from the BP, the warehouse, and the All-American Liquor Store, to identify that person that you believe to be the shooter in this case?
Yes, I was able to view all angles from each camera, and I was able to track the defendant's movements.
How were you able to track, I'm gonna say, how were you able to track the person you believe to be the shooter's movement?
Through his distinctive clothing and the things he was wearing.
Did you do anything, in regards to taking screenshots of what you observed in that video?
Correct.
And did you do anything to indicate the person that you believe to be the shooter and that wore that distinctive clothing that you just mentioned?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a bulletin because from that video I was able to observe a MARTA bus that pulled up to the intersection. I was familiar with MARTA buses and I know they have cameras. I also pulled cameras from the MARTA bus that pulled up, and I was able to get close-up screenshots of my suspect, and from that I made what we call bulletins or bolos.
Outside of making the bulletins and bolos, did you do any pictures in regards to the individual that you observed wearing that distinctive clothing from the MARTA station, from the BP, and from the American liquor store?
Yes.
What did you do?
I got screenshots, and I put them all in the case file with the videos.
Did you put markings on those screenshots?
Yes, I made circles around my suspect and his movements throughout the videos.
And was that from different time points from BP, All American Liquor Store, and the warehouse?
Correct.
And did you provide that to the DA's office?
I did.
And were there specific times in which you were focused on in regards to the suspect?
Yes, the times at the barricade, the times that the Secoriea Turner's Jeep drove through, and of course afterwards.
Were you able to determine if it was 8 o'clock when those things were happening, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? Did you have a time frame that you were looking at specifically?
I did. I would say a good safe time frame would be, let's say, 9:20 to 9:50.
And did you take vantage points from each of those areas that we talked about during that time period?
Correct.
Let me ask you, did you have some victims also in the case besides Secoriea Turner?
Yes, I had 2 more victims that tried to go through the barricade roughly 4 minutes before Secoriea and her Jeep drove through.
And this video footage that you recovered and retrieved, did you observe those individuals and that aggravated assault on them?
I did.
Did you notice the suspect that you had seen from the MARTA station with the red clothing, red shirt, white lettering, light blue jeans, you said the black satchel, black do-rag, and did he have a weapon on him?
Yes, he had the AR-15 style rifle. It was like a holster that was hanging from the side.
And what did you observe in regards to those 2 individuals in front of the American liquor store?
So I observed my suspect and the other suspect pointing rifles at these other 2 victims.
Wearing that same clothing?
Correct.
And did you do the same thing with screenshots of that particular incident that you saw in the video?
Yes, screenshots and also circles.
Which video did you utilize in order to make those screenshots and circles?
All of them.
And what did you circle in regards to the aggravated assault?
I tracked the movements
Of who?
of my suspects.
How many suspects did you have in regards to that aggravated assault involving, what were your victims' names?
Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord.
How many suspects were you tracking in regards to that aggravated assault against them?
That particular aggravated assault, there was 3 suspects. 2 of them I was able to identify.
What about how many? There were 3?
Yes, there was a 3rd male with a weapon. I was never able to identify him.
And you still printed those pictures and did the same circles?
Correct.
And did all of those screenshots come from the raw footage that you had received from the BP, the All-American Liquor Store, and the warehouse?
Yes, everything came from the raw footage.
Besides putting circles on it, did you do anything to alter, delete, or change or manipulate that raw footage?
No.
And at some point, did the state provide you with a compilation of those videos that you had received and you had went over and made those circles on?
Yes.
Can you kind of explain to the court what that compilation comprises of?
So the compilation comprised of all the videos, placed all the videos together like a puzzle, and it shows different vantage points from each camera angle. And it did the same thing that I had, which circled each defendant in their movements.
And if you could play, and did you do, was there a compilation in regards to the shooting of Secoriea Turner?
Yes.
Was there a compilation in regards to the aggravated assault against him?
Yes.
Okay. If you look at the screen, what particular video are we looking at in this compilation?
So we have 4 different angles. 3 of the angles are coming from the liquor store parking lot. 1 angle, the bottom right, is coming from the BP, which is located across the street.
And what, you can
For purposes of the record, will you just refer to which square you're looking at, like top left, top right?
Yes, ma'am.
That'll be helpful. Okay, will you answer that again, but do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to answer it?
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom right is going to be the BP vantage point, and the top two and the one to the far left bottom, they're all coming from the American Package Store.
And what is the time of these videos? 1, 2, 3, and
21, 38 hours. Oh, I'm sorry.
Everything's fine. They're just going to cool off the courtroom for you guys.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Everything's fine. They're just going to try to cool off the courtroom for you guys. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You must be a mind reader.
And I think the last question I asked you is, what is the timestamp for each one of these vantage points of these videos?
21, 38 hours.
Do you know, I'm sorry, the top left, what vantage point is that? I'm sorry.
So the top left is the corner, you can say it's the south or the northwest corner of the American Package Store. The bottom left is going to be the furthest one from there, also the American Package Store, and the top right is going to be from the same angle on that corner as the top left, but just a different angle.
The portions that we're looking at, has there been any changes to that raw footage that was received besides just putting all of them together like a puzzle?
No, this is the exact footage that I have.
What are we looking at right now?
We're seeing Jerrion McKinney carrying his AR-15 style rifle.
Are you, in regards to this compilation, which incident is this compilation in regards to?
This is right before the McCords drove through the barricade.
And is that the circle that you put on Mr. McKinney to track him?
Correct. And the green circle is going to be the McCords driving into the frame.
What's just happening right now in the video?
This is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord, exiting their vehicle.
And on that bottom left side?
The bottom right side is the red and the yellow circle. You see Jerrion McKinney and Julian Conley coming into
At that time,
frame.
did you know their names?
No, at that time I did not.
How were you identifying them?
Just from the their actions that they committed, and of course they committed the aggravated assault.
What about anything else did you see from the martyr bus video that you were able to see in this video in regards to those two suspects?
Yeah, so Julian Conley, when the martyr bus was turned around, he walked up right into the camera. I was able to get a good screenshot of him. Jerrion McKinney on a different video walked in front of another camera. I was able to get a good shot of him.
And when you circled this, was that in regards to anything, their clothing?
Yeah, so their clothing sticks out. Jerrion McKinney has a white T-shirt on, or dark colored jeans. And of course, Julian Conley with his distinctive clothes on, red shirt, blue jeans, and his rifle that's hanging from his side and his satchel.
How many hours of footage did you look at?
It's hard to say hours. It was a lot. I mean, I would say a few dozen hours just going through each frame.
Did you see anybody else that had those distinctive clothing that you just talked about? Red shirt, white lettering, light jeans, black do-rag, black satchel, AR-15.
No, Julian Conley actually made it very easy to track him because he was the only one wearing those clothes.
And can you just pause it 1 second? Right here, has there been any alterations or deletions to the video footage that you received?
No, this is the exact footage that I received.
Is it zoomed in on one of those particular cameras?
Yes, it's zoomed in on the McCords. and of course, the bottom right frame is pretty much the same.
But it doesn't change what was in the video when you got it.
Nothing changed.
It's just a closer look at it.
Correct.
I'm sorry, can you go back, Mr. Bynum? What are we looking at right here?
So after the exchanging words from the McCords and the males at the barricade, particularly Julian Conley, they decided to get in their vehicle and drive away. Julian Conley and Jerrion McKinney walk up to the parking lot aggressively pointing their firearms at the McCords as they were driving away.
At that time, did you know the names of these defendants?
No, not at that time.
So when you were making your circles, why were you making those circles?
Because they were the ones that were being aggressive, and they were the ones committing aggravated assault against the McCords.
Were they your suspects, your persons of interest?
Correct.
Who was that up in the, where it says outside camera, where we just zoomed in on?
The top left, I'm not sure. I wasn't able to identify that male.
Who was that in the yellow circle?
That's Jerrion McKinney.
And that's at 3925,
Yes, ma'am.
93925.
And who is now in the surrounding?
That's Julian Conley.
Do you see that third gunman that you talked about earlier?
Yes, he's up at the top left frame. He has the white tank top on.
Is that the person you said you were never able to get an idea of?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, pause. Is the defendant wearing that distinct clothing that we've been talking about?
Julian Conley, yes. He's clear in the bottom right-hand corner with the red circle.
What is he doing?
Right now, he just got through pointing his firearm at the McCords and walking back towards the barricade.
Did you catch a glimpse of that white lettering?
I did.
And is that circled in the top right corner for you?
So for me, it's the top left-hand corner, the red circle. And now they're walking back towards the barricade.
What's happening now?
Julian Conley is giving directions to the other males. Just from his mannerisms, it appeared to me that he was more of in control of the barricades, the blockade.
And what does he do? Pause. What happens after directions are given? First of all, who's he giving directions to?
Jerrion McKinney.
And then what does Jerrion McKinney do?
He continues to look for the McCords.
Judge, is there anything else that's in this compilation at all, Detective Shepard, in regards to the aggravated assault against the McCoys?
No, not in this video. It's almost over.
Stop it for a second. Who's that circled in the top, yellow?
That's Jerrion McKinney.
Which direction is he heading?
He's going the opposite direction of the barricade.
Is that over there where the BP station is?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that area over there?
I am.
You know what a cut through is?
Yes.
Is there a cut through over there by the BP?
Yes.
Where does that lead you to?
That leads to the plaza next door to the BP.
That is it as to that compilation.
Okay.
And Detective Shepard, is this a continuation of us watching McKinney walk off from that previous compilation?
Yes, it's on the.
All right, try not to lead.
What are we looking at?
This is the backside, and it's showing McKinney walk off.
I was just trying to speed this along, Judge, because we got the jury read. What are we looking at now?
All right, so we're looking at the top three frames. The bottom right frames will start with the BP. The bottom left frame is going to be the package store. The top two frames are going to be from the 100 University, which is going to be the warehouse.
Do you know what the timestamps of this particular incident is?
Yes, it's going to be 09:45 hours, 9:45.
And do you do the same thing, right now? Is that the same circle that you had created in the previous?
Correct.
Video
That's
that we observed, and who is that you circled?
Julian Conley.
Are you able to see the distinctive color clothing that you indicated previously?
I am.
And is it as vibrant as it is in the other videos?
Not as vibrant, but also when he's moving around, you see the AR-15 just moving around. When you do it frame by frame and pause it, and when he gets in a certain light, you can definitely see it.
In that lighting, is that color or black and white?
This, because of
I'm sorry,
the top left.
top left, yes.
Yeah, because of the bright lights in the background, it's coming off like it's like a black and a gray scale.
Okay.
The bottom left is in black and white or gray.
Can you pause it? I think I just missed it because are you able to see the white lettering that you described earlier?
In the top left?
In the top left, yes.
Not from this one.
What about-
On the bottom two frames, it's picking up from the bottom right frame. I start with the BP. This is him walking from the barricade. The bottom left frame, this is the camera from the package store, and you see him walking from the other side of the street. And of course, the top right frame is going to be from the distance. In the bottom right frame, you can see the white lettering in the red shirt and the jeans. And also on the bottom left frame as he's walking back.
And right here at the top, your top left, are you able to see where your suspect of interest was?
Yes.
How are you able to notice that is him?
Because I'm able to track him from the other views of the camera, and I never lose sight of him. And I see him step behind this tree, but I never take my eye off him, and able to do that because I'm able to see from each vantage point on the cameras.
What's happening right now?
He is coming into frame with his AR-15 raised up.
Pause. What car is that?
That's going to be Secoriea Turner's Jeep.
Is that the car Secoriea was seated in
Correct.
when she got shot?
Correct.
And you said he had what?
An AR-15 style rifle. and that's when you see him pretty much shoot the car as it's passing and fire 2 more rounds as the vehicle's driving away.
What's that?
That's going to be muzzle flash from his AR-15.
Let's keep positive. Where is he standing? What's his location in reference to the car?
He's standing on the driver's side of the vehicle.
And as the car passes, does he remain on the driver's side?
Correct. And as the vehicle passes, he fires 2 more rounds into the back of the vehicle.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the top, in any angle that you can see best, do you see someone being hit by that Jeep coming through?
Nobody was hit.
Do you see anybody fall on the ground?
Nobody fell on the ground.
Do you see anybody get up, the person down on the ground and start shooting?
No.
Are you able to continue to track Mr. Conley at this point?
Yes, even in the both frame, top left and right frame, you're able to track him walking away.
What are we looking at now?
It's the close-up version of that top left frame. And
That same raw footage just zoomed in on?
correct, same exact footage.
So like when you have your crime scene techs go, they take a outer over range?
They do the overalls, and then the overall of the crime scene, they do close-ups and everything.
So overall, do they do a mid-range
Yes,
and then a close-up?
correct.
Why do you do that?
Because you need a good vantage point from and what you're looking at. So if you're looking at a piece of evidence, it's good to have an overall to look at an overall placement of that evidence, and of course a mid-range, so you can get a better perspective of where everything is.
And let me ask you, Detective Shepard, when you're looking at these videos, how are you looking at them? Are you watching them in real-time speed?
Both real-time speed, also pause it. I look at it, I dissect it every kind of way I can.
Do you know what frame by frame is?
Yes.
Did you do that in regards to these videos?
Yes, I did.
To each one of them?
Yes. And here you see Julian Conley firing multiple times at the Jeep.
It says flash there. Did you put the flash where it says flash?
Yes, that's to document the muzzle flash.
What are we seeing here in this compilation?
You see the Jeep taking the route back to Atlanta Medical Center. We're going to Atlanta Medical Center trying to get Secoriea some help.
Can you go back to the first one? The shooting. But if you can fast forward to where it's just that one scene. Never mind, don't worry about it. Play the next one. I forget my jury's name.
This is going to be video from the MARTA bus.
What are these words and letterings?
Yes,
for?
white, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, and of course his light colored jeans. Very
That
distinctive.
Wording that you use in order to document the description and the clothing of your suspect?
Correct. And of course here we have the black satchel and the AR-15 hanging from it.
Earlier you talked about the clear view. Is this the clearest view that you got of the defendant?
Yes, it was an excellent view of him. Of course you see his do-rag and his dreads twisted he had. And you can see the hair twist coming from his do-rag.
Now what vantage point are we looking at now?
So we're back at the package store, that back northwest corner, northeast corner, and you see him approaching the McCords with his rifle raised. Now you see the colors, you see the satchel, you see his clothes, very distinctive. And he's walking back towards the barricades with his do-rag and his hair hanging out from the side. And this is him, of course, giving orders again to the other males. And now we're looking at the McCords. Close-up view of Julian. At that moment, I thought he was going to fire the weapon, so I was.
All right, so can we pause for 1 second for objection? We are here because the judge asked to proffer whether or not we can determine if this person can lay the foundation to play this video. All we have had is literally the state asking hearsay question and the witness giving speculative, I believe he's going to do this. We're not here for that. Can we just leave the commentary of speculation and the hearsay aside? Can we just get to the actual point of why we're proffering this video, please? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, you can continue as you have. I understand the objection to the last question, but you can keep going forward as you
Thank you,
have.
Judge.
This is him walking around. Seems like he's giving orders to the other males.
Okay, without adding the extra information that you,
This
Yes,
is what
ma'am.
you see.
Yes, I got you. All right.
Oh, can you do the split screen? I was saying. I think we have one more judge.
okay. Well, they're queuing that up. Detective,
Yes, ma'am.
other than the MARTA video, is there any other video where you can see the defendant's face to identify by his face, or are you identifying him by his clothes in the other videos?
So the other videos, his characteristics and mannerism, his clothing, the way he's wearing, the Marty video gives the best shot of his face.
Okay. Sorry, I just asked your question.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah, no, I guess I didn't hear the question. Well, I thought
I asked him if, I'm very focused on whether he can ID him, and how he would ID him in different videos. But I asked if he, in any of the photos other than the MARTA video and the MARTA photo, if he could actually see your client's face, or if it was based on mannerisms and clothing. And his answer was based on mannerisms, clothing, et cetera.
I thought the question was clothing. I thought the addict was mannerisms. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Now, this next video, can you tell us what vantage points we're looking at this point?
Yes, we're going to have the top left is going to be from the warehouse. The bottom right is going to be from the BP gas station.
What are we looking at here?
It's just a zoomed in version. The bottom red circle, you're going to see Julian Conley. You're going to see his clothing, the red shirt with the right numbers on, white lettering on the back with his light jean shorts, pants.
Is he walking?
Yes, he's walking towards the barricade.
Was there something distinctive about the way he walked?
Yes, he kind of wobbles when he walks, and that's so you're able to see it. And also, because he's wobbling when he's walked, the AR-15 is kind of flapping around.
And do you observe that walk or gait throughout the videos that you observed of this defendant throughout the evening of July 4th, 2020?
I do. That goes towards his mannerisms along with his clothing and everything else that stood out. And in the video, you also see the white vehicle that's backing up and moving, and the red circle is showing like a landmark for him.
How long before, is this before the Jeep, right before the Jeep comes through?
Yes, right before.
How much time passes?
Maybe a couple of minutes, maybe 4 minutes in all. I'm sorry, no, I'm thinking about the McCords. By the time the assault happened with the McCords, the Jeep comes in within a couple of minutes.
Is that the Jeep?
Yes, that's the Jeep in the blue circle.
Did that feel like a couple of minutes while we were talking?
No, it didn't feel like a couple of minutes, a little sooner than that. And you see from both vantage points, Julian Conley firing at the Jeep.
Did at some point, now during this time when you're seeing these videos, did you know the defendant's name to be Julian Conley?
No.
When did you learn that his name is Julian Conley?
So, of course, after I got the good close-up shot of him from the MARTA bus, I did what we call a bulletin, and we did a crime stopper story on him, and that went public, and I was able to get some identification on him.
At some point in time, did you speak to Jackie Patterson?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So I turned on the news one day, and there was a news conference with Jackie Patterson, and who I saw as my person of interest, my suspect, on the news. He altered his appearance by cutting his dreads off or his twist, and pretty much Jackie Patterson is stating that his client was coming forward because he's seen himself, identified himself in the news video that we put out, and he wanted to clear his name.
Did he identify himself as the person that was wearing the red shirt with the white lettering on it, with the satchel going across, with the AR-15?
Objection, testimonial question.
Okay, it's just a proffer. We all know what the outfit was
How
that
did he
day.
identify himself?
Go ahead.
Who did he identify himself to be?
Yes, he identified himself as the person that was wearing the red shirt with the letters on the back, the satchel, and the blue jeans.
What did he say his name was?
Julian Conley.
Did Julian Conley speak during that press conference?
He did.
What did he say?
He looked directly into the camera. He said he apologized. He didn't shoot Secoriea Turner. He gave a self-serving statement by saying that a Jeep drove through, ran over somebody, and that person who was ran over got up and started shooting.
Where did he say he was when that Jeep came through?
He said he was at the barricade.
That would be, hold on. Did you also compare the screenshots from the MARTA video to the defendant's license photo?
Correct.
And did it appear to be the same person that you had seen in all of those videos?
It was identical.
More clearly, because that's the clearest view you could get.
It was identical.
Was that the same face that you saw during that press conference with his lawyer, Jackie Patterson?
I did.
Did you compare the MARTA video screenshot to the most recent photos that you got?
I did.
And was it the same person in the videos, that from BP, All-American?
It was identical, correct.
And the person that identified himself as being the person in the clothing that you had described and was looking for?
Yes, yes. And I actually talked to Jackie Patterson also, who confirmed it.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Your Honor, before I do, listening to some of the questions that the court has already asked, would you like me to not talk about the 702 but go straight to the identification review?
If you'll go right to it, yeah.
And Judge, not to interrupt, Mr. Hoover, I forgot to do one very important thing. Do you see that person that we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or so here in court today?
I do.
If you could just identify him for the record.
He's going to be the light-skinned male sitting in between his counsel. Blue suit on with a blue shirt.
Good morning, Detective Shepard.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Hoover, and I represent Mr. Conley.
I basically just have a couple of questions for you. When you were speaking with the state, you did say that you were the one that wrote those words that we saw pop up on the screen, correct?
Correct. I helped alter them. That's correct.
Say that again?
Yes, that's correct.
No, you said I help alter them? That's
No,
correct?
author. I authored them.
Alter them. Okay, so
Yes,
you didn't
sir.
receive the videos with those words on it. You put them on yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you started circling people in these videos because those are your suspects?
Correct.
Are you aware that you didn't circle every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords?
No, that is correct. Those are the ones that I circled, and those are the ones that, as the investigation continued, I was able to identify.
So that's a yes. You're aware that you didn't circle every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords?
Correct. The third male I was never able to identify.
What about the fourth one?
There's a fourth male on here.
I'm sorry, you're the lead investigator. I'm asking you, because you
No,
circled your suspects.
I would just object, Your Honor, to it's not a homicide. Can we just keep it professional?
He's got him on cross. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what about the fourth one?
Yeah, I didn't identify a fourth male either. The only people identified from the video were Julian Conley and Jerrion McKinney.
And from this compilation that somebody from the state put together, you didn't circle every single person that fired at the Jeep, did you?
No, the person that fired at the Jeep was Julian Conley.
So it's your testimony that you circled everybody that fired at the Jeep?
No, there was one more person behind Julian Conley. A gun went off as the Jeep had passed. But no, for this particular video, Julian Conley was circled.
So the answer is you didn't circle every single suspect that fired at the Jeep?
Okay, my answer again is I circled Julian Conley as he fired at the vehicle as it passed.
Okay, so that's a no. And my last question.
Because the point of this whole proffer is, was there any alterations, manipulation to this video? Who he circled does not talk to about manipulation.
Well, Your Honor, and I'll get into that. The alterations, the modifications, the manipulation of the video is to bolster his testimony that Julian Conley is the one that is the shooter. The problem is, he said he put this together because he was looking for the suspects, and now that I get up here and show that he really didn't circle this for the suspects, he circled it for Julian Conley so he can get on the stand and bolster it. That's all it is, and that's the problem. And my
Hold on, let him finish, and then you go.
Thank you. And I just have one final question. Part of this compilation that you altered, it actually looks like someone is filming a screen of something else. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I disagree with the words alter. I didn't alter anything. This is the raw footage. All I did was take the raw footage and make circles of my suspects.
That's great. My question was, part of this compilation, it looked like somebody was filming a screen of a recording. Where did that come from?
Everything I got was the raw footage that I got from the businesses.
So somebody else recorded something on a screen, and that's how you got it?
That's mischaracterization.
Well, Your Honor, if we can replay the compilation, there's clearly at the end of it, there's lines in it where it looks like someone had a cell phone pointing towards a monitor or some type of screen, and they're recording it.
Okay,
That wasn't the raw
if he doesn't recall
video.
it, you need to show it to him. If you want to show it to him, you can.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have something else to say? Okay. Okay, argument?
I mean, I'll be brief. The argument, Your Honor, is this officer, well, first off, yes, this officer clearly first took the position that we're only doing this so I can circle all of my suspects. That's not true. He didn't circle every single person because yes, Your Honor, because he's still technically a witness that hasn't taken the stand.
Oh, okay. Would you step up for just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
You can stay right there. You don't need to move. You're comfortable. You're fine.
And to start, Your Honor, well, first off, this officer did admit that he is the one that put the markings and the words on this compilation. One of the state's own cases quoted says that that's hearsay. That's a confrontation clause issue and it shouldn't go out. Like, they literally quoted a case that proved the point as to how he manipulates evidence to where it is not admissible in front of the jury. Secondly, Your Honor, the state tried to do a fairly decent job of getting him to say, well, no, I was just circling all suspects. I didn't know who everyone was. We know that's not true. There were multiple people. There were other people that pointed guns at the McCourts he didn't even know about. There were multiple people that fired at the Jeep that he didn't circle. He specifically circled, he specifically highlighted Julian Conley, and he put arrows and everything else like that because they were bolstering this officer's testimony that that's him. Yes, we can see that he was in the areas. Yes, we can see that he had the clothing on. But, Your Honor, you clearly see from the videos that there are vantage points where you cannot clearly see if that's his clothing. The fact that this officer can now say something was dangling or he was moving a certain way, and all the extra speculation that came in on top of that is how he's now saying that those are the mannerisms. Your Honor, there's no evidence towards that whatsoever. If they want to, the rules of procedure, if they want to bring in the raw video, if they want to bring in the raw footage, if they want to pause it, if they want to zoom in, if they want to zoom out, that's fine. But at the point where they're trying to hide this guise of, oh no, we're looking for suspects, when it's clear they're looking at two people, one person's not here, so now they're only looking and focusing on one person and coming up with this officer can tell you how he was familiar with mannerisms. He can tell you how he's familiar
presents himself. At some points, it was all speculation. He moved his arm, so it looked like he was the leader. He moved his arm, looked like he's controlling people. The evidence is clear that he's specifically targeting Julian. That's the problem. That he specifically put the words on there, which the state's own case law says you can't do that. That's a confrontation clause issue, and here's the issue. I believe one of the cases even said that when an officer puts their own words, whatever it is, on a piece of evidence, it's like that officer's going back to the jury deliberations with the jury. Can't do that. For all of those reasons, Your Honor, there's a reason we have rules of evidence, procedures of evidence. They want to use the raw data, that's fine. But their own case law says they can't use this, Your Honor.
I would disagree wholeheartedly. It's not hearsay or testimony. It's literally descriptions of what you see. It can come in and be admitted into evidence and be played for the jury. I would agree that maybe when it goes back to the jury, the words red shirt, white lettering, black satchel, those can clearly be removed because that, I guess, he's arguing as a continuing witness. But I think he would have more of an argument if it said Julian Conley. Then the issue would be you would be taking necessarily the decision as to whether the jury believes that Julian Conley out of the province of the jury. But saying that he's wearing a red T-shirt with white lettering and a black satchel it's not hearsay testimony. It's not against what the case law says. And more importantly, what the detective made very clear, he wasn't targeting Julian Conley. He circled the people he previously identified by being able to see their face, being able to use the clear photos to then distribute them to get an identification of their names and who they actually were. But because he was able to clearly see the face and identifying features of those two individual people, is why he focused on those two people throughout the rest of the video. It's not the mischaracterization and what they call the speculation as to the detective's investigation. And more importantly, this is a trial that involves Julian Conley, not anybody else, not any other men that pointed a gun at McCourt's. If and when he was able to identify them, then the focus would be on those individuals. So the argument that he didn't focus on the two other people who pointed guns at the McCourt's is not related to the issue which we were arguing about here before the court as we proffered the testimony of Detective Shepard. And more importantly, the questions that he asked and the arguments he made to the court are time for cross-examination to poke holes or do whatever he'd like to do as it relates to the investigation of Detective Shepard and how he targeted in on certain people and why.
Okay, I'm going to find now, having reviewed the video, which was very helpful, there's essentially 4 squares showing multiple angles at once. Sometimes it's only one, and in that case it appears zoomed because there's only one picture. It is useful to listen to the defendant's testimony as he shows that video. I'm going to admit it, I think there's a proper foundation that's been laid, and there's no good faith evidence that there's been some material alteration to this video. That said, he's not going to be able to testify that beyond the MARTA footage and video that is the defendant in this case. He can testify that is a person with the same gait, wobble, mannerisms, clothing, all of that, but he cannot say that it's Julian Conley. And you're going to have to caution him because he said it a lot, so it's going to be natural to him to say it more in front of the jury. He can't say that in front of the jury. I'm not going to let him identify the defendant outside of that very specific instance. I'll just note for the record that everyone's in possession of the raw footage. The witness can be impeached with that raw footage. He could be recalled at a later date or time. Most of these arguments really are in favor of this being a continuing witness, which I think it probably is. It's not going to go out with the jury. But point well taken by everyone. Did you have something else to say?
So we as a defense understand the circles themselves and the arrows. Are we allowed? Is the court allowing those to stay on, and he just can't say this is Julian Conley, or do they have to get rid of the circles and arrows?
No, they can keep the circles and arrows. He can say this person is dressed, whatever he wants to go into. The same things that he was just saying. Similar gait, clothing is the same, hair looks the same. Whatever he is seeing to explain to the jury why he focused on your client.
And the writing. What is the court's opinion on that?
I don't think there's what writing do you have an issue with, unless it says Julian Conley.
At some point he says bang. What was there?
Oh, yeah, one way.
And one point it said.
Oh, the muzzle flash.
And United States v. Lewinsky, the case that the state literally just quoted not too long ago, says that that's the confrontation clause hearsay issue, and it's like the officer going back to
can't go back to the jury. It's not going.
Show up. But if it's evidence, then it does go back to the jury.
Okay, it's not, so it could be evidence, but also continuing witness. It is definitely continuing witness, and it will not go back with the jury. Okay. 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 Okay, do you want to bring your witness back in and the
Just so
jurors?
we're clear as to the court's ruling, obviously Detective Shepard would testify that the person he was able to get a clear shot of, he was able to identify as Julian Conley, and he'll describe the clothing that Julian Conley has in that clear photo. The state would then ask questions. Do you see the person in the circle in these videos? What clothing is he wearing? Is that the same clothing or similar clothing that you see Julian Conley wearing in this video? So I just want to make sure the court's clear.
Right, it's going to require a little bit of leading, but if you instruct your witness properly, hopefully you won't have to ask leading questions. He just cannot, he can say why, he can describe the person, but he just can't say it's Julian Conley.
I'm sorry.
Can we just have a?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, take a minute.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Also, do you guys need a bathroom break while she's taking time to instruct the, because it's been a couple hours and I'm sure Ms. Newman would love one.
I don't know how long this testimony would be. I would ask if we can take lunch between the direct and cross so that we can prepare based on the court's ruling in terms of our cross.
How many more witnesses do you guys have today?
I'm sorry, Judge.
It's okay. How many more witnesses do you have today?
We had, 5 or 6.
Okay. Okay. Is it a good time to take lunch after your direct examination of this witness? It's already, I mean, it is. It's 12 o'clock right now. So yes, that's fine. Let's put him up and then we'll take a lunch break. After your direct. And that way they can get their tech ready to go if they're going to use.
The direct's going to be 3 hours.
Yeah, the director's gonna be fairly long.
Oh.
So,
Oh, we may not reach all those witnesses today. Okay. All right. So,
I would honestly ask them to just put the lunch down and come back.
okay. Fine. Deputy, would you let the jury know that we have a little more work to do and ask them to go ahead and take their lunch break, please? Or ask what they want. If they want it to be brief, that's fine. If they want it to be longer, that's fine. Ask them how long they want to go. But will you come back and tell us so I can let the lawyers know?
How do we do it? We stay out of your hands.
AR out.
Responsibilities as a detective with APD.
So currently within the homicide unit, I'm part of the a small group of cold case complex. Within that cold case complex, we work cold cases, of course, and more complex cases that come up in the city, and I also train the new detectives.
And how many homicides have you covered over the course of your career?
Since I've been in homicide, close to 500.
And how do you become, what is a lead detective?
So a lead detective is what we call a primary detective. That detective takes charges of the case and works the case from the beginning to the end.
And what does that entail, being the primary detective, as far as your duties are? You said you lead it from the beginning to the end. What does that mean?
So that starts with the preliminary investigation from the crime scene. Over the course of the investigation, talking to witnesses, collecting evidence, and of course, if you're able to come up with probable cause to bring it forth for a judge.
And how many homicide detectives?
Will you just lean into the microphone? They're having trouble hearing you on the other
Yes,
side.
ma'am.
Do you need her to re-ask the last question? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. What was it?
Yeah, I believe it was, how many homicide detectives are there with APD?
It's close to anywhere between 18 and 20, and that number usually fluctuates between 2 or 3.
And how is it decided who will be the primary detective out of those 18 to 20 detectives?
So we have what we call a homicide rotation.
And how does that work?
So let's just say 1 through 18. If you're number 1, then you're up on call until a homicide comes up in the city. Once that homicide comes up in the city, if it's not too complex in nature, it'll go to that first detective, and then that detective will rotate to the bottom, and it just rotates that way.
And is there a particular zone that you cover as a homicide detective, or is all of city of Atlanta pulled together?
It's the entire city of Atlanta.
And were you holding the same position on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you up on the rotation?
Yes, I was. I was actually off that day, and I got the call.
And what was the call that you received?
I got a call that there was an 8-year-old shot in an area of the Wendy's, 125 University.
And what did you do upon receiving that call?
At that moment, I collect all the information I can, all the preliminary information. This particular address was in what we was calling the autonomous zone because of the protests. I was also advised that location was not safe to go, so I had to go to a different location where what we call staging.
And what was that location that you had to go to?
That was University and Metropolitan.
How far away from University and Pryor was that location?
I'd say about a half a mile, maybe less.
And how long, at the time when you were responding, first of all, what time did you receive that call?
I believe it was 10:20 p.m.
Did you know the name of your victim at that time?
Not at that exact time, but I knew it was an 8-year-old child.
And you said you were at Metropolitan and Pryor, so University. How long did you remain in that area?
So we had the stage in that area where we had to request what we call our TFOs. That's our tactical field officers to come in that area and secure the actual crime scene. So I stayed there till about 12:30, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. So it took them maybe 2 hours for it to get safe.
2 hours from the time that you got the call, you had to wait until a tactical team kind of finished doing what they needed to do to secure the area before you could go to University and Pryor.
Correct.
Do you know what's going on over there at that crime scene during those 2 hours?
Yeah, so like I said, that area it's called a autonomous zone. Back in May, we had the George Floyd riots, which affected the city of Atlanta. After that, we had a couple of incidents involving law enforcement and the civilians. And this particular one was Rayshard Brooks at the Wendy's. And of course, riots followed that with the Wendy's burning down.
And in that particular area, had there been any shootings prior to this July 4th date after the death of Rayshard Brooks?
Yes, there were multiple shootings in this area before my homicide occurred.
So was there a concern for you guys' safety?
Absolutely.
And you said there was a lot of riots in the area. Kind of describe what a riot is to you.
So it's basically civil unrest, and that can be at the heels of anything that happens with the government, where you have a group that either starts to destroy property. In this particular incident, Rayshard Brooks was involved in an officer-involved shooting where he was killed. In return, as a result of that, they burned down the Wendy's and then pretty much occupied that area.
Were police, to your knowledge, going into that area of University and Pryor after the death of Rayshard Brooks?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you ever have to go there prior to between June 2nd of 2020 and July 4th of 2020?
No, the only time I would have to go over there, of course, if there's a homicide. And when I had my homicide, that's why I had to go.
And you said this was around 12:30 a.m.?
Correct.
We've now moved over to July 5th at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get over to University and Pryor, what do you observe?
So there were cones and barricades. There were police officers, of course, standing by, restricting all traffic, pedestrian and vehicle. There was a group of tents where the more hardcore protesters were also still occupying in the parking lot of the Wendy's. And so there were several individuals, even at that point, were still trying to sweep and clean up the area. We had to give orders to stop at that point.
Why
for
did
them.
you give orders to stop?
They were compromising the crime scene.
What does that mean, compromising the crime scene?
So they started moving things. It appears that they were trying to sweep everything away from the Wendy's area, everything away towards outside of the street. And by the time we got there, they were still trying to sweep like shell casings and things of that nature.
So do you know evidence, was there evidence on that scene?
Yes.
Do you know if that's where that evidence landed or was at the time right after the shooting occurred?
No, after the shooting occurred, the evidence in particular was definitely moved from that location where it was the original shooting happened.
And you indicated that there were barricades that you saw when you arrived in home. What was the locations of those barricades in home?
So you had a portion of the barricades, let's just say the west side barricade, that blocked off one portion of the street. You go down about 60 to 80 yards, and let's call that the east side of the barricades. There was another set of barricades that blocked that street off.
Do you know where those barricades came from?
Yes, I believe they came from when the Wendy's was burnt down. Those barricades were put up around the Wendy's to keep pedestrians and people from entering that area. I believe they utilized those cones that was left over from that.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Is it speculation?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That's the barricades were definitely left out there by the city to block off their Wendy's.
Okay, overruled.
And when you say they were left out there, kind of where? Let me show you what's already been marked into the state's evidence 30A.
Oh. Is it up?
It's showing on my screen. And 30A, do you recognize that as that the area we've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Originally, when the barricades were put out in front of the Wendy's when it was burned down, where were those barricades at?
So the barricades were in this area here. Do I need to get up and point here? Or?
Actually, it's a little, Mr. Bobbitt.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the barricades were placed around this Wendy's parking lot to keep pedestrians and things to get out because the Wendy's had been burned down. It wasn't a safe area to go into.
Those businesses that's depicted in State's Exhibit 30A, what's the distance between them? Does it look like it does in State's Exhibit 30A?
No, it's actually a lot closer than that. I would say 15 to 20 yards, maybe go close to each other, especially the package store, the BP, the Wendy's, of course, is right next door.
As, I don't know, where I'm standing at, is that close or further away?
I would say probably from here to the door.
Did anyone else respond to that area around you?
Yes, we have our crime scene tech units respond. Of course, we had to have our tactical units respond and secure the area.
And what happened when your crime scene arrived?
So once crime scene arrives on the scene, me being the lead detective, I walk with the crime scene techs and try to identify as much evidence as I can. Once we identify it, we start to mark it.
Do you do anything else besides marking?
Yeah, usually there's another detective available, and I ask them to do what we call a crime scene sketch.
So marking, crime scene sketch. Anything else did you do?
Photographs, and of course we collect the evidence.
And I'm going to show you what's marked on State's Exhibit 34. And if you could, I think it's a little over there, so that you push. in State's Exhibit 34, is that how the scene appeared when you arrived?
Yes, that is correct.
And where are those barricades and cones that you talked about previously?
They're on the side where the Wendy's parking lot is.
Were they on the side when y'all arrived?
By the time we got there, they was already pushed back to that side so we can clear the street and make way for the crime scene.
And then State's Exhibit 38. And I'm sorry, what vantage point are we looking at on State's Exhibit number 34?
So that's facing east on University. So if you do an overall look, you have 75 to the back, and you're going forward on University.
And then State's Exhibit number 38.
And that'll be facing west on University, going towards Interstate 75.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42. Can you tell us what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, you see the placards are on the street. Those placards are marking evidence.
How many placards are on there? And if you can touch the screen again and circle everywhere you see a placard.
From this picture, that's what I can see so far.
And do you see a placard that's numbered?
Yes, the placard closest on the screen is placard 11.
Can you see the numbers on any of the other placards?
Well, the picture is kind of blurry, so I can't see the numbers, but I definitely see the placards.
And I'm going to show you what's in Marcus State's Exhibit 57 and 57A.
Yes.
Do you recognize States 57 and 57A?
Yes, these are the vantage points we just looked at. Exhibit 57 is the eastbound lane, and Exhibit 57A is going west, and that's going towards the interstate.
So when you say the westbound lane, what side of the road would the Wendy's be on?
So we're facing 75, it'll be on the right side.
And what side would, coming the other way, which side would it be on?
The left side.
And do those States 57 and 57A, do they accurately and fairly depict that area that we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Is there any difference between what's in States 57 and 57A as what we saw in States 34 and 38?
No.
Is it a different time of day when those are taken?
Yeah, this is during the daytime, and the other pictures at nighttime.
Did you, as part of your investigation, did you go back out to the scene in the daytime?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose? Why did you go back out during the day?
So, of course,
I'm sorry, you're not asking States 57 and 57A be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to those two?
No, I haven't seen those pictures.
Okay.
I thought I gave them over to the defense before I started. I said, let me have this shit out.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted. You can publish.
Thank you. And 57A, is this the westbound or eastbound visual that we have?
That's going to be facing eastbound.
And then 57A?
It's going to be facing westbound.
And you indicate that you put placards out in that area at that time. What does those placards indicate?
It just notate the evidence that was found at the time it was found and documented.
And what evidence was found in this area?
We have ballistics, spent shell casings.
Spent shell casings, anything else?
We had spent shell casings and a couple of live casings.
Do you recall how many spent shell casings that were recovered?
Yes, there were 7 5.56 spent shell cases and 1 223.
And you said live rounds. What type of live, how many live rounds were found?
I believe it was 3.
And do you recall the caliber of those live rounds?
They were the same caliber.
What, and did you learn where the shooting had occurred in the course of your investigation?
Yes, in the course of my investigation, I was able to determine where the shooting occurred.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit 57A?
Yes.
If you could please circle that area where that occurred.
Actually, got to go back to the other side. Yeah, so it's going to be. The shooting occurred in this area here. And it'll look probably a little bit further back, but it occurred in this lane there.
And where were those casings that you indicated were located at the time that you came in?
On this side of the street.
The second circle is where the casings were?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And I think there were a couple of other, were there other markers in I think it was State's Exhibit 48, I can't remember, that indicated where some evidence was located?
Yes, you had some evidence across the street also in this area, and of course over here in this area.
Was there anything in that yellow line at all that was recovered?
Yes, I believe marker 11 was over here in the yellow line. And this, my direction's a little backwards. This is a little closer up, but this is the viewpoint. If you're sitting in this lane, this is what you're looking at. Yes.
Can you kind of describe what the street over there at University that we're looking at right now? When I say that, is it a flat area, is it a hilly area, is it an incline, a decline?
No, so in this particular area, there's a decline. Pretty much it's a slight hill going down.
And could that affect, let me ask you this, are you familiar with how shell casings would eject?
Yes.
If fired?
Yes.
And can you tell us how that occurred?
So the shell casing ejects from the right side of the gun, and it's a radius of usually about 13 feet. And of course, other things play into where the shell casing lands, like objects that it hit. Of course, inclines the street and everything, so it's not going to land in the exact space, but that's usually the radius that it will eject.
If the street is on a decline, will gravity affect where the shell casing may go?
Absolutely.
What's going to happen with it?
So in this particular area, if a shell casing is ejected, naturally it's going to roll down the hill because of the gravity and the incline.
And to your knowledge, those 2 hours before you got there, I know you said people were sweeping stuff and moving stuff. Is that going to affect where the shell casings originally landed when they were fired?
Yes.
What about, was there any traffic in that area prior to you arriving?
Yes, there was a lot of foot traffic and vehicle traffic.
Is that going to affect where those shell casings would be?
Yes.
So we don't know where you found them, does not mean that that's where the person was standing when they fired the weapon.
Correct.
And you said it was 5.56 and 2.23. Do you have experience with weapons
Yes, I have a little bit of experience.
as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with what type of weapon would be able to fire a 5.56 and a 2.23?
Yes, an AR-15 rifle, assault rifle.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
open this case?
Your Honor, I would not object to this firearm or being demonstrated or shown in front of the jury. There's no firearm that's associated with this case.
What's the purpose of the?
For demonstration. And what is, in state 60M?
This is a AR-15 assault rifle.
And just for the jury's sake,
Pick it up.
is it locked?
Yes, it is safe.
And is that the type of weapon that would have been able to fire those 5.56 and 2.23s?
Yes.
And is there a strap on State Exhibit 60M?
Yes, it is.
Is that the firearm that you recovered as being the murder weapon in this case?
No, it's not.
Okay. It's just an example of what that looks like? Okay. Thank you. I was asking State Exhibit 60M for demonstrative purposes. Now, while you're out there at the scene that night, did you do anything else besides mark the showcases and the ballistic evidence and take photographs of it and crime scenes? Did you do anything else?
Yes. So while on the crime scene, we always, and that, of course, in the attempt to some type of canvas, that's where we walk around and try to find witnesses. At that time of the hour, the business was closed. But the witnesses that were still left at the crime scene, there was like zero cooperation from them.
How long did you stay on that scene?
I believe I left around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Had you learned about the location of the victim that had been shot at that location?
Yes, she was at Atlanta Medical Center.
Did you go out to Atlanta Medical Center?
Not that at that time, no, ma'am. I was on the crime scene.
Were you still on duty on the crime while the victim was at Atlanta Medical Center?
Correct.
Do you stop receiving calls when you're on the scene?
No, we get calls all the time.
Did you get another call while you were on that scene?
As far as shootings, yes, that particular night, I think we had 25 people shot. On our crime scene, of course, we had a mass shooting at Edgewood.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
What is the relevance? I'll be asking about his involvement in that as part of this investigation. Is that all over?
So while we were on that scene, we had 16 people shot on Edgewood, and at that time, 2 deceased.
And is that Edgewood and what?
Edgewood and like Auburn in that area. It's like a entertainment district in downtown.
Is that Zone 6?
Zone 6 and Zone 5, it borders each other.
At some point in time, did you become involved in that shooting at Edgewood?
I do.
How did you become involved in that shooting?
I was asked to assist the investigator go over video.
And while you were going over that video, did you find anything in connection to the case that you were the primary detective on University and Price?
Yes, I saw my suspect from my scene on video in that crime scene.
And what was that individual wearing? Well, we'll get to that. Detective Shepard, as part of your job duties, do you go and do autopsy observation when you are investigating a homicide case?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
We like to go to the autopsies. We like to understand, of course, what caused the death, what type of injuries, and the path of the injuries and things like that.
At this point, did you know the name of your victim?
Yes.
And what was her name?
8-year-old Secoriea Turner.
Did you attend the autopsy of Secoriea Turner as part of your investigation?
No, I couldn't go to this autopsy.
Why not?
I didn't want to see a child in that state.
Did you learn the results of that autopsy?
I did.
And did you learn what was the cause of death?
Gunshot wound to the back.
And did you learn whether or not any physical or ballistic evidence was retrieved during that autopsy?
Yes, they was able to pull a projectile out of her back.
And what was that caliber of that projectile?
5.56.
Is that similar to the 5.56 shell casings that you found on the scene of the shooting?
Correct.
And was that projectile similar to being fired from that AR that the state showed in the state exhibit 60 here?
Correct.
At any point in time, did you have an opportunity to speak with the parents of Secoriea Turner?
Yes, I interviewed the parents.
Tell me about that.
So I tried to give the parents, there's no time frame you can give a grieving parent, and it's really hard that first initial interview to interview them and get what I need. So, but I still needed to make contact. I got a preliminary statement from her, what she remembered and what she saw that night, her and her companion at that time.
And when you say her companion, who was that?
It's Omar Ivory.
And what did you learn from Miss Turner and Mr. Ivory about what occurred that night?
So they were at some relatives' house, friends, enjoying the 4th of July festivities. They were going to go to the liquor store. The only reason why Secoriea was in the vehicle because she wanted to go over to her cousin's house and play. They were en route to the liquor store when they drove up on the barricades.
Were they able to tell you whether or not they made it to the liquor store?
No, they were not able to make it to the liquor store.
And I'm going to show you what states. And why didn't they go to the liquor store?
The barricade is right up on the liquor store, and they just drove up on the barricade, and when they tried to drive around it, that's when the shooting occurred.
Did they make any statements in regards to whether or not the liquor store was open or closed?
I'm not.
States Exhibit 31.
So the liquor store is boarded up because of the riots that we talked about earlier from the Rayshard Brooks. So, of course, when you're driving up on it, it immediately looks like it's closed.
Were they able to give you any descriptions of the individuals that they saw at the barricade as they drove past that liquor store?
Yeah, so she told me she specifically said it was a male dressed in black, like a bounty hunter. She described the male wearing a white shirt. She also gave me a description of a light-skinned male with light dreads or some type of twist. And this is, as she's passing the barricade, this is what she's photographing in her mind as she's going by.
As they are passing the barricade, do you learn what is going on the outside of that vehicle?
So on the outside of the vehicle, of course, you have multiple armed individuals with long rifles and pistols guarding the barricade and redirecting traffic as it comes to the barricade.
And what happens with Secoriea Turner and her mom and Mr. Ivory as they pass through that barricade?
So they drive up to the barricade, they drive around it. As they drive around it, my suspect, along with several other individuals, my suspect specifically raises his rifle and walks towards the vehicle. And as they They had no idea who that person was.
So were they able to tell you what that person was doing?
Yes.
And what did that person do?
He shot into the vehicle multiple times for no reason.
And did they tell you what was going on inside that car as those shots started to come into the vehicle?
Yeah, so as soon as the shots started coming in, of course, it's like a sensory overload. They didn't realize what was going on. She heard Secoriea in the back seat jumping around, I guess trying to dodge the debris and the bullets that was coming in. She heard Secoriea scream, say, "Mama." At that point, she's halfway in the back seat trying to jump back there with her. Of course, she looks up in the back seat and she can see two individuals fire 2 more times.
Did you receive anything from Ms. Turner at that time during that conversation?
Not Ms. Turner, no. I didn't receive anything, just the information statement that she provided. She said that Omar, her companion at that time, may have had some information.
Did you ever receive identifying information about the victim's Secoriea Turner?
Yes, she provided me a photo. Always, when I speak with the families, I ask for a photo. And the purpose of that is, of course, when I do my police bulletins.
Can I see?
Tony was the Marcus States Exhibit 122. Recognize that?
Yes, the bulletin I created from the photograph that Tremaine gave to me.
Is that a fair and accurate description of that bulletin that you created?
Yes.
Has there been any issues with that no longer now?
No.
Stated as States Exhibit 122.
And what number was that?
122. 123. 2.
No objection, Your Honor.
And what was the purpose of this bolo?
When we do bolos, of course, we're going to release it two places with the media, and then that's what I use when I go out and do my canvases to pass out and try to solicit information.
And you indicated that at some point in time, Omar had information for you.
Correct.
And what type of information was he able to provide?
Just information, second and third, fourth-hand information. He had a poster of a social media post that was given to him with some individuals dressed in all black, already circled, saying these are the suspects. He could not confirm that these are the suspects, but he just wanted to pass that information along to me.
Was Charmaine and Omar attempting to help you find the person that had shot and killed Secoriea?
Yes, they were.
From that night, did you go back and listen to or look at anything else in regards to Charmaine and Omar, indication about the facts and what they did during the time and the moments in which Secoriea had been shot?
So, of course, the information they gave me, of course, when I get information from any witness, I like to corroborate it with other evidence. In this case, it's going to be video evidence that I collected.
And you said something about social media coming through and you receiving information in regards to this case. You said social media, anything else?
When the picture in my bulletin went public with the news, we were flooded with tips and social media posts, and my city cell phone number I put on all my bulletins because I want the information firsthand. and I was constantly getting information from social media and, of course, through our Crime Stoppers.
Can you go back to Stacey Exhibit 1 and 2? Was there, at some point you said earlier on when you were out there doing the canvas, nobody was talking to you, you couldn't get any information. But once the bulletin came out, you started getting tips and information.
Yeah, so the thing about it, even when I went back to my follow-up canvas, there was zero on-record, in-person cooperation. Nobody was cooperating. However, I did get a lot of information through anonymous tips and things of that nature because nobody wanted to go on record at all because during that time frame and with it being so volatile with police, nobody wanted to cooperate.
Was there, due to the non-cooperation, was there a reward put in place?
Yes, the reward started climbing. On this particular bulletin, it says $20,000, but you combine that with private donations and things like that, I believe it got up to $50,000.
Then sometimes when there's a reward, does that incentivize people to want to come forward and be a witness?
Absolutely.
Do you know Miss Sharika Williams?
Yes.
And did she at some point contact you and come forward?
So I was out on the canvas the following same day on the 5th. I ran into Miss Williams who stated that her sons were shot, and they had firsthand information about what happened and what occurred.
Was Miss Williams able to tell you where she was located out there on July? First of all, did she tell you where she was on July 4th?
They said that they were inside of the perimeter at like a tent, and they were cooking out.
I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit number 34. Did she describe what that tent looked like?
It's like the tailgating tents where you put up. It's that type of tent.
Are you able to see that tent that Miss Williams indicated she was cooking out and barbecuing out there on July 4th?
Yes.
If you could just circle it on State's Exhibit 34. And I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 57B and shown to the camera. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 57B?
Yes.
And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 57B?
These are going to be her sons who she stated was shot and witnessed the incident.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of them in that area on that night?
Yes.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit, has there been any deletions, additions, manipulation to State's Exhibit 57B?
No.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 57B to be taken into account. No objection, Your Honor. It's a good and you can produce it. Are those the Williams boys?
Yes.
Did you speak to, let me tell you, the conversation with Ms. Williams, did you talk to her sons as well?
Yes, of course, if she's bringing me that kind of information that piqued my interest, I want to speak to her sons immediately. She advised me one of them was a juvenile, so I needed, of course, her consent. So I set up a time that I can meet with all three of them and talk.
And did that conversation and interview lead to anything significant in your investigation of the murder of Secoriea Turner?
No, their statements were greatly exaggerated. In fact, I was able to determine they were not shot, they were really not even injured, and their description of the events did not occur.
And how were you able to determine that?
From reviewing the security video.
Does the name Quentin Davis sound familiar?
Yes.
And did you speak to Quentin Davis in regards to this case?
Yes, this particular individual posted a post on Facebook that he witnessed or he had information and he may have recorded the incident. Of course, that piqued my interest. And I'm not surprised that I'm getting these type of tips because when the case is high, priority and a lot of people's interested in it, and the reward is so high. We get information from everywhere.
I don't believe the witness is responding to a question.
I asked if he spoke to a Mr. Quentin Davis, and he was explaining how he gets information and people to then talk to.
Okay, I think his interest is clear, so I'm just moving to the next question.
So did, and did you speak with Mr. Davis?
I did, and I was able to determine that his post that he posted was incorrect. He did not witness or see anything.
Did you learn what type of vehicle Charmaine and Omar and Secoriea were traveling in as they went down University and those shots rang out into the car?
Yes, they had a 2016 Jeep Cherokee.
Did you learn where everybody was seated in that car as it passed by that barricade?
Yes.
Where were they seated?
So you had Omar was driving, Charmaine was in the front passenger seat, and Secoriea was in the back seat.
In what direction did they indicate they were going?
So they were driving towards east, and that was eastbound away from 75.
And you mentioned something about there were barricades they talked about at the time that they passed by. Did you ever learn where those barricades were located at the time of the shooting?
Yes.
And I'm going to refer you back to State's Exhibit 57. That's State's Exhibit 57. Can you mark on there again where those barricades that you've been speaking about were located on that scene?
Yes, this is going to be the east barricade, which would be roughly here in this area.
And where was the west barricade?
You have to flip to the other picture.
And that's 57. 57.
I got it right. So the east barricade would be roughly in this area.
And are those the barricades that Charmaine and Omar encountered as they came up?
Yes.
Where the armed men were standing?
Yes.
Were those legal barricades that they're blocking off the road?
So legal in the fact that they were actually made to barricade and block off things, yes, but the barricade and the blocking off the street itself was illegal.
So the people that put those barricades there and those cones in the street had created an illegal point of entry and exit from that area?
Yes, they've created a legal makeshift barricade to block off the streets.
And I was asking you about the Jeep. Did you do anything in regards to the Jeep in which they were driving and Secoriea was shot?
Yeah, so when they arrived at the hospital, as soon as I got that information, I delegated and asked another detective to respond to the hospital. Also have a crime scene tech and to photograph the vehicle as it is.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked in State's Exhibit 13. And can you tell us what's in State's Exhibit 13?
We're looking at the driver door. This driver door has a defect to it. Here.
Were there any more defects in the driver's door?
You have to go further along the vehicle, you'll find more defects.
Can you see that defect here?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 16. And if you could erase those.
Oh.
And are there any defects in that part of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle is that?
This is going to be the rear passenger door. This is where Secoriea was sitting.
Is that the passenger door or which side?
I'm sorry, the driver door.
And State's Exhibit 17? And what's depicted in State's Exhibit 17?
You have another defect to the rear driver side panel of the vehicle. So these are defects to the back of the vehicle.
In total, how many defects or how many gunshots did that car take?
8.
How many shell casings was found on the scene?
8.
How many 5.56 shell cases were found on the scene?
7.
How many 5.56 projectiles were recovered during the investigation of this case?
And 1 that was recovered from Secoriea Turner's back.
Did you do anything else to process this Jeep?
So once we,
I'm sorry, not you particularly, but did you direct or instruct someone to do something else?
yes, once the vehicle is processed, it's taken to what we call and secured in our homicide cage. And at that point, we secure search warrants to do further processing of the vehicle.
And what did you request to be processed?
GSR photographs.
And why did you ask for the car to be processed for GSR?
So in the beginning of the investigation, at that point in the investigation, I can't determine who's the primary aggressor. So I have to rule out everything and follow my evidence. So in order to rule that out, I need to make sure nobody inside of that vehicle fired off any kind of guns. So the GSR test would be able to tell me if a gunshot went off inside of that vehicle.
And to your knowledge, what was the results of that GSR testing?
Those negative results. That means no GSR, no gunshot residue was found inside the vehicle.
If a gun is, so you talked about it was fired inside the vehicle, you do GSR to determine if there was any gunshots inside that car.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Do you do anything else to determine whether or not if there were gunshots outside of the car?
Yeah, so even if we have drive-bys all the time, if the hand is outside the window and they're firing, of course, the residue is coming back into the vehicle. So regardless if the gun was outside the vehicle or inside the vehicle, if that explosion from that shell casing or that bullet that's going off, it's gonna leave some type of residue. And there was negative residue.
If somebody is firing from a car inside that car, would you expect to find shell casings?
Yes, shell casings, correct.
Would you expect to maybe find projectiles?
Yes,
Would you expect to maybe find live rounds?
yes,
Would you maybe expect to find a gun?
yes.
To your knowledge, in this case, did you find any of those things inside that Jeep?
Nothing of that nature was inside that Jeep.
Were you able to find, as the gunshots were going inside that car, could you find projectiles in there as a result of it taking on gunfire?
No, was not able to find any projectiles that was from the vehicle being taken on gunfire.
In your experience, is that unusual?
That's not unusual at all.
Why not?
So, of course, when bullets or rounds hit particular objects, they change in direction. The path, the trajectory changes. The bullet itself explodes, and it's no longer a fragment or a projectile. It's basically just fragments instead of a projectile. So it explodes once it hits a hard surface like that.
And if it explodes as it's hitting a hard surface, if it goes into like the seats of the car, would you expect to be able to find that projectile or those fragments?
It'd be basically shrapnel at that point. Once it's going through those hard objects and hitting those soft objects, it'll be shrapnel unless it comes into like some type of tissue or something like that. They usually stay intact, which in this case was Secoriea.
Now, did you do anything, are you familiar with the term trajectory rods?
Yes.
What are those?
Trajectory rods are what we place inside of defects, and it just that it tells you the trajectory of the round, pretty much the flight path.
And upon your review of the vehicle, were you able to make a determination where the bullet entered that car that killed Secoriea Turner?
Yeah, so we can look at defects itself, and we can tell where the defects coming from the inside or the outside. All the defects came from the outside, and I've made the determination that there was no need for the trajectory rods because I had visual evidence from the cameras. Also, we can document it properly from the photographs from the crime scene takes.
I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibit 96. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 96?
That's the back seat of the Jeep, and that is where Secoriea was sitting.
And what is indicated in the marker that says 0, O, the letter O?
That is a defect.
And would that have been the bullet that came through that seat and went into Secoriea?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 99? What is in State's Exhibit 99?
That's going to also be the defect to the back seat.
Is that, and that's P, where it's marked as P?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, where did that bullet come from that struck Secoriea Turner in her back?
In the back of the vehicle.
And so would it travel, where would it have traveled from the back of the vehicle? Let me show you State's Exhibit number 74.
It would travel through that location and travel through the seat and hit Secoriea.
So we're talking about it hits A, it hits P, and comes out in O, and ends up in Secoriea.
Correct.
Let me show you Stacy. When you talked to Charmaine, did she tell you anything about whether or not Secoriea was strapped in her seatbelt?
Yeah, she was strapped in. I believe she had a hard time trying to get her out when she was jumping back there trying to get her because she was jumping around, moving, and kind of got her sitting right there.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 68. Are you familiar how you latch a seatbelt and unlatch it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what area was Secoriea sitting in the car at the time that she was shot?
She was sitting right here with this void of blood stain. That's where she was sitting at. Her back was right up on where the defect is.
Where is the latch or the fastener for the seatbelt that would come from the driver's passenger side of that back seat to lock her in safety?
There's a latch right here to the right.
Can you zoom in, sir? They're doing it for you.
Okay.
How many latches do you see?
I see one latch, and it's here. Color's not working.
Do you see a second seatbelt?
I do. I see it.
About the first seatbelt you see?
Yeah.
If this is broken, you might need to take it.
Yes, ma'am. It seems like it's working now.
Where's that first seatbelt that you indicated? Where would that latch into?
It would latch over here to the buckle part here.
Is that where it normally should latch into, with your knowledge and experience of being in the car?
It should be a latch that goes here and buckles here.
Where I think this message, can you clearly show us that?
Yeah. So there should be, this belt should go,
Make an X where it should go.
okay. There should be a latch here.
If she's sitting from the passenger side when it comes across,
Mm-hmm.
which side should it be latching on?
She's sitting from the back passenger side, it's gonna come from the left down.
Do you see, you driven cars before? You can clear it.
Okay.
Do you see that area kind of right beyond the yellow paper?
I do.
Before you get to that latch that's kind of sticking out.
I do.
What is that that's in there?
So that's a latch, but it's tucked down into the seat.
Is that normally where that first seat belt should go?
Normally it is.
Now, we were talking about trajectory rods,
Mm-hmm.
and you indicated, did you request that in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't feel trajectory rides were needed in this case
Why not?
because I have video evidence to show where the shooter was standing, when the shooter was shooting. I had photographic evidence to document it, and I know that all the defects started from the outside going inside, and also the vehicle's moving. The person that's shooting is standing still. That throws the trajectory off. And also there's movement in the vehicle. So I believe that what I had already and how I was going to document it was enough to document it, to properly document it.
When is it best or, I guess, useful to use trajectory rods?
Trajectory rods are good to put in people that are deceased, fixed objects.
When you say people that are deceased, why is it important for people that are deceased?
Because, of course, they're no longer moving. The trajectory is different. It's different from a soft target than a hard target when that round hits. A fixed object, let's say this desk, if this fixed object was taken on gunfire, then that is a really good ideal time to use trajectory rods. But a moving vehicle, it can alter so much. We just didn't need for, because I had already the evidence to document it.
And you said the vehicle is moving,
Correct.
Secoriea is moving,
Yes.
and the shooter is stationary.
Stationary.
Would trajectory rods have assisted you in identifying the person that shot and killed Secoriea Turner?
No.
Tell us what you did next after having this Jeep processed as part of your investigation.
So at that point, of course, we have the Jeep taken to and secured in our cage. And at that time, at a later date and time, a search warrant will be obtained and we will go and do a further processing. That's what we just talked about the GSR and the photographs.
And I think earlier, did you receive any other evidence that may have been helpful in your investigation while you were out on that scene? Or directly once you received the information or evidence for you?
Yeah, so while I was doing my canvas, I was able to identify cameras on each of the businesses in that area, and those cameras had different vantage points, and I was able to have our Homeland Security go and secure those video cameras footage for me.
And where did you receive video surveillance from?
The package store, which is right across the street from that, was the BP, and the warehouse, which is in that same area. So 3 different locations and showing 3 different vantage points.
Not to bother my tech team because they probably know McKinney about that. You don't want to step down. Show the receive any surveillance from any other place besides the businesses in the area?
Yes, while viewing these video cameras, I was able to see a MARTA bus that drove directly up to the barricade. And I'm familiar with the MARTA buses from previous cases, and I know they have video. So I reached out to MARTA and requested their video from this particular bus.
And did you receive that video footage?
I did.
Now, does that video footage have timestamps on it that you observed?
Yes.
Okay. Was it at the time in which the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And did the stamps on the MARTA bus video reflect and were identical to the ones on the BP, All-American, and the warehouse?
No, the time is off. It wasn't the exact time. It was just off.
Is that sometimes common when you're getting surveillance from different areas?
That's normal. Sometimes when you have the years change over with daylight savings, a lot of their systems, owners change over. A lot of things happen to where the time doesn't catch up. In this particular instance, it's not unusual to have the time off.
And about how off was it?
I want to say the time reflected about 1800. So that's about 6 o'clock. So it's a couple of 2 hour, 2.5 hour difference, 3 hour difference.
To your knowledge of observing that video, did it appear how was the lighting there?
The lighting was dark, and it was consistent with the other lighting from the other camera views, that it was dark. It was dark.
Around what time was it?
About 9:46.
I've shown you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 107 through 113. Do you recognize Stacy 107 through 113?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you able to recognize Stacy 107 through 113?
That is the video that I obtained from MARTA.
Did you take what they call screenshots from the video?
Yes.
And are those photographs those screenshots that you took from the video?
Yes.
Has there been any manipulation, additions, or deletions to those photographs?
No.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 107 through 113 be admitted to evidence.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 107. Can you tell us what is depicted in State's 107?
Yes, it's the MARTA bus.
And where is the MARTA bus located in regards to where the shooting occurred?
If you look a little further to the left, you can see the barricade. I'm sorry, the right of the bus. If you're sitting on the bus, it'll be to the right. It is sitting in between, the actual bus is sitting between the package store and the BP gas station.
And there's a red circle on State's 107. Who made that circle?
I did.
And State's Exhibit. Do you know what the MARTA buses had? Did you talk to the MARTA driver?
No, I talked with the investigators with MARTA Police Department.
When you watched that video, what did it appear the MARTA driver was doing at this particular point?
The MARTA driver was trying to go through the barricade, was initially turned around.
And State's Exhibit 108. What are we looking at, State's Exhibit 108?
So the red arrow is pointing to my suspect, and this is as the MARTA bus is approaching the barricade, and that's going to be the west barricade.
And you said your suspect. What is the suspect that you had identified wearing?
He has on blue jeans, a very distinct red shirt with big white letters. He has a satchel around his arm, and he has an AR-15 that's dangling from his.
Now, why did that person become your suspect?
So as I continue to watch the video from different angles, I was able to track the suspect from the MARTA video going in reverse. So I was able to watch the MARTA video because everybody walked up to the barricade. At that time, I didn't know who was responsible, but I was able to track them because it gave me a landmark. As they approached the barricade, I went in reverse and watched it from different angles, and I was able to see the shooter, and I was able to then focus on the shooter.
And you said, is there another person standing next to that person in the red shirt with the white lettering?
That's correct. That's a black male with no shirt, and he's carrying a shotgun.
Were you ever able to identify that individual?
No.
State's Exhibit 109. What is in State's Exhibit 109?
The red circle is again circling my suspect with his unique clothing. He's easily able. I was easily able to track him and stand out because he's the only one wearing what he's wearing.
And Stacy, and where is that, in regards to the crime scene?
So
I'll withdraw that question. Are those the barricades and cones that you were talking about, that they had set up that illegal barricade?
yes,
Are you able to see, I'm gonna call that the first set of barricades, are you able to see the second set of barricades in Stacy's Exhibit 109?
I am.
And where are those at?
That's roughly the going towards the east. When I call it the east barricade, that's the second barricade.
And Stacy's Exhibit 110? And what are we looking at? Actually, go back to 109, I'm sorry. Do you see other individuals, within the circle? Do you see anyone else outside of that circle? Are you able to identify anybody outside of that circle?
No, just the male with no shirt on with the shotgun, and of course my suspect.
And the 110? Are you able to, what do we see in Stacy's Exhibit 110?
So this is the MARTA bus as it's approaching the autonomous zone. These are just random individuals pointing firearms at the bus as it approaches.
How many individuals are depicted in Stacy's 110?
3.
Let's talk about the first one. Are you able to identify what they're wearing?
No.
And can you just put touch the screen again so we'll
Okay.
make sure that we're talking about the same person?
That's one.
Are you able to make out a little bit of what that individual is wearing?
Not really. I see the rifle. Not really.
And the second one?
2.
And are you able to make out anything about number 2?
No.
Is that person armed?
Yes.
And number 3? Are you able to make out anything about that particular person?
No.
Is that individual armed?
Yes.
If you had been able to make identification of those individuals, would they, the tracking that you talked about your suspects, would you track them as well?
Yes.
Because at this point, who are you looking for?
I'm looking for the shooter.
State's Exhibit 111. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's 111?
Yes. So that's going to be my suspect that's circled in the red.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing his distinctive standout red shirt. He has a satchel, AR-15 hanging from his waist, and blue jeans. And he also has a do-rag on and with twist of dreads coming from the bottom.
And at that point, are you able to get a clear vision of that person's face?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 112. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit 112?
These are close-up views of my suspect. Same distinctive clothing. You get a close-up view of his rifle that he's carrying, the satchel, the red shirt, the blue jeans, the wrap do-rag on his head with the dreads, hairstyle.
And State's Exhibit 113.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 113.
My suspect again, distinctive red shirt, white letters on the back, AR-15 hanging down, a satchel. That's at the right circle. The left circle is somebody else identified in charge. He's wearing a white T-shirt, pants, and he has his rifle in his hand also.
Are you able to see anyone else in that photograph that you were able to get a clear vision of?
No.
Can you go back to 112? At any time during the point of your investigation, were you able to identify this person that is clearly shown in State's Exhibit 112?
Yes.
Who did you identify that person to be?
Julian Conley.
And do you see that person seated here in court today?
Yes.
And if you could, please identify him for the record.
Sitting in the middle of his counsel, blue tie, blue jacket on, blue shirt. He has his hair cut this time though.
Did you review any other video footage in that area?
Yes, so of course all the video cameras that we pulled from each store, and I also from the MARTA bus.
And I want to talk about the All-American package store. Can you tell us, did you review video surveillance in that case.
Yes, I did.
And in that case, were you able to get different angles of what was going on in the parking lot of the All-American Package Store?
Yes.
What time did you observe any illegal activity going on in that parking lot?
Yes, I observed my suspect and another suspect pointing their rifles at a couple that just drove through the barricade.
Let me ask you, that MARTA bus, do you recall what the time was that you were able to capture those videos and images of the defendant?
I believe it was 9:30 or something around that time. It was close to the time of the incident, within the hour.
I'm going to pull back up 107 and see if you see that.
Okay. Yeah, so the time is 21:14, which is 9:14.
And that's when the MARTA bus is in the area being turned around.
Yes, correct.
And that's when this defendant is at the MARTA, that's where the driver is, where you would normally get in the car.
Yes.
You just get onto the bus.
Yes.
And you indicated that you observed another incident in front of that All-American Package Store.
Yes, I want to say about 9:39, a couple was assaulted as they tried to go through the barricade.
And were you able to capture the individuals that assaulted that couple?
Yes.
And was one of those individuals, were one of those individuals the same individuals that you observed in that MARTA bus video?
Yes, he was my suspect with the red shirt on, who identified as Julian Conley.
And what about the other individual that was caught by the MARTA bus?
Yes, I was able to identify him. His name was Jerrion McKinney.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit. (114) through 116. And you said it was about, the MARTA bus incident occurred around 9:14, and this incident occurred around 9:30 something?
Yes, I believe 9:39.
How many minutes is that?
14 minus 39.
So the law enforcement thing is not.
Nah.
Would it be fair to say it's less than 30 minutes?
Yes, correct.
If you could look at State's Exhibits 111 and 116, do you recognize those?
114 and 116?
114 and 116.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And how are you able to recognize those?
So in the 114, that's going to be circled of the McCords. They were victims of this assault. And in 116, the circle is going to be Julian Conley pointing his rifle.
Is that a fair, is State's Exhibit 114 through 116 a fair and accurate depiction of what was observed by you on that video?
Yes.
Has there been any deletions, additions, alterations made to those photographs?
No.
Are those screen snaps or screenshots that you took from the video?
Yes.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 114 through 116.
No objection, Your Honor.
If they never been published. And can you tell us what is depicted in State's Exhibit 114?
Yes, this is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord. They're exchanging words after they had the weapons pointed at them, and they drove through the barricade. They pulled over into the parking lot.
At the time when you observed this video, did you know the identification of those individuals?
No.
And if you would look at the top of the screen, are you able to see a time stamp on there?
Should be 2139. Yes, I'm sorry, 939.
How were you able to identify the couple in that photograph?
They called 911 when I was researching the 911 calls for my incident. Of course, after watching the video, I asked our operator to research any other 911 calls, and she found one.
And were you able to make contact with the McCoys?
Yes.
And did you interview them?
Yes.
And what did you learn during the course of your interview with them?
It said Mr. McCord stated he and his wife were, they live in the area, not too far from this location. They were on their way home. They drove up to the roadblock, and they was encountered by a male with no shirt on, with a shotgun, and my suspect with the red shirt.
Were you able to learn where they first encountered those armed men?
Yes, it was just off camera at the, let's say, the second barricade.
And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 118. You recognize State's Exhibit 118?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately, what is it, first of all, I'm sorry?
So it's going to be the vantage point from the BP, and the arrow is pointing to that barricade.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what you observed from that video surveillance from the BP?
Yes, it does.
Has there been any alterations, deletions, manipulations in State's Exhibit 118?
No.
State continue State's Exhibit 118.
No objection, Your Honor.
And can you circle that barricade that you indicated? And in your investigation and conversation with the McCoys, were they able to make it past that first barricade?
Yes, they were able to make it past it, and that's when they pulled into the parking lot.
Is there some portion of the interaction that the McCoys had with, first of all, what did the McCoys tell you happened once they approached that barricade?
So you said he was approached, standing on the driver's side was who I identified as Julian Conley now. The male with the shotgun was standing, I believe, in front of his vehicle. They told him that he needed to turn around. He expressed to them that he lives in the area. He said that the male in the red shirt, which he later identified as Julian Conley, said that you're being disrespectful. So at that point, he drove off into the parking lot and continued to exchange words with them.
At this time, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 2. tell us what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 2 that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yeah, so this is gonna be the, I guess you would say the northeast corner of the American Package Store. This is looking, if you look straight ahead, you're gonna see the BP parking lot. If you look down further to the right, the barricade is just out of view.
And what's that time step on there?
2137.
And what are we observing at this point?
You're seeing vehicles drive through the area.
Are you able to recognize whose vehicle that is?
Yes, that's Mr. McCord's vehicle.
At some point in time, are they headed towards where those barricades are located?
Yes, they're going to be going westbound, and they should go westbound and turn into the parking lot of the package store.
I'm gonna try to make this go along a little faster so we'll rewind. And Your Honor, we are skipping past to make this move along a little bit faster rather than waiting, because I'll ask you, Detective Shepard, are they down and out of camera view for some period of time?
Yes, they are.
And the state is going to start at 2139:20 on exhibit number 2, which is the raw footage of all the surveillance cameras that were taken from the surveillance areas.
This tech is not as sharp. I'm going to start at 21:39:12 for the record. So 20 seconds later.
And you see Mr. McCord's vehicle coming in frame.
And where are they pulling into?
They're pulling into the package store parking lot.
And if we could skip to, book I love to know. What if anything is occurring?
So what's going on off camera is what you see, what we saw earlier, them getting out of their vehicle, exchanging words, but you can't see it because they're in the parking lot because this angle is looking down.
What, if anything, do you observe in State's Exhibit number 2 at timestamp 21:39:52?
You see a male approaching from the bottom right. He's brandishing a firearm walking up to the vehicle.
Were you ever able to identify who that person was?
No,
Did you ever get a clear view of him like you did of the defendant?
no,
Or Mr. McKinney?
no.
What is happening at this time?
So at the top of the screen, you see my suspect, Julian Conley, coming into the frame, pointing his AR-15.
Pause. And what's the timestamp on State's Exhibit number 2 of the All-American Raw footage video?
21:40:21.
And what is depicted at that timestamp?
You see Julian Conley approaching the McCords while they're in the parking lot with his rifle pointed at them.
Did Hero go back to get the jury? Did you see Hero go back?
Yes.
Okay. We'll put the exhibit back on the screen that was up when the objection happened. Right over here with this so I can look at them. So if you guys want to let your other witnesses go until Monday, that's okay with me. You don't have to make them sit here. You did? Okay.
So, I guess I need to tell my witnesses on Tuesday.
So how many will you have left on Monday, do you think? At cross of this witness? Tuesday?
We'll probably be done Monday afternoon, that's what I think.
That's
This
fine.
is the real-
Tuesday. We're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, members, you can be seated. Members of the jury, I have a brief instruction to read you. Can you all hear me well? I'm sorry, I can't look at all of you, but I won't be on the microphone if I move past this computer. All right, the witness has identified the individual in Exhibits 111 and 112 as the defendant Julian Conley. The witness is permitted to identify the defendant by name with respect to those two exhibits. During his testimony, Detective Shepard will also be permitted to describe an individual whose face is obscured or not in focus as having an appearance consistent with the individual he identified in Exhibits 111 and 112. To the extent that the detective used the defendant's name just before the break in reference to a photograph in which his face was not visible, you are to disregard the improper use of the defendant's name in that instance. You, the jury, and only you will decide whether identification has been proven through the evidence presented by the state in this trial. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we can start with the safety exhibit number 2 at timestamp for 20. All-American package store. I think I left off. We're stopping at states at 2 at timestamp 2140, 24. Do you see any individuals in this timestamp screenshot with weapons?
Yes, I do.
If you could please circle that individual. And could you describe what he's wearing and what he's doing for members of the jury?
Look like he's wearing blue jeans. He's pointing a rifle and some sort of vest. Like,
Were you ever able to, in regards to this individual, get an unobscured, clear photograph or image of this individual with this handgun at any time during your investigation?
no, I was not.
If you were ever able to get a clear image of that individual, what would you have done?
He would have been charged.
What would you have charged him with?
Party to the crime, murder.
In regards to, who are the victims in this particular incident?
So in this particular incident, they're walking from the barricade towards the McCords.
In regards to this individual, were there any charges in regards to the McCoy?
Yes, he would have been. If I would have been able to identify this individual, he would have been charged with aggravated assault.
This other individual is there another individual in this time stamp of 2040, 25?
That's the only individual I see with a gun. Okay, I see another individual walking towards the barricade with the gun. And I also see the subject that my suspect dressed in the distinctive red shirt, carrying a satchel, AR-15 hanging down. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
The individual that's depicted in State's Exhibit 21 at 2 at 2140-36. Can you describe what that individual is wearing?
Yes, ma'am. He has a distinctive red shirt on. The back of the red shirt, he has bright white colors, white lettering. He has a black satchel and an AR-15 pistol hanging from his satchel, and he's wearing light and color pants.
Is that description of what that individual is wearing consistent to the individual that you identified in State's Exhibit 112 and 111?
Correct.
Can you tell us what's going on right now?
So at this point, on the other side, that we can't see the McCords are getting ready to drive away. Again, we see the suspect wearing the bright red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, carrying the satchel and the AR-15 hanging from his side, walking back to that driveway, to that parking lot.
If you could just circle what you're talking about. And do you see other individuals at this time stamp for 2140-39?
There's an individual in front of him also walking.
Were you ever able to get a clear identification of any of these other, first of all, how many other people do you see in this time stamp screen?
In this time stamp screen, I still see the one that was had the handgun. He's walking back away from the parking lot. Julian I'm sorry, my suspect.
All right, disregard the use of the name.
Your Honor, I would ask for Ms. Jones.
Okay, would you guys step up?
All right, Mr. Jury.
Your order was just given, the instruction was just provided to the jury, and we had the same behavior again. I don't know how we undo the fact that the jury has heard it for a third time now.
And Judge, he immediately said, I'm sorry, it's clear that it was unintentional. It is very difficult because he knows who he is identified. He knows that this individual is the person that he believes to be Julian Conley based on the identification for 112. He immediately said, I'm sorry, my bad. It shows that it's not intentional. It's human nature. He's trying, Your Honor, but I think you asked him to disregard it. They haven't indicated, they should follow the court's instruction.
Your Honor, the fact that the jury is responsible for determining who they think is on the video. The witness has been giving conclusion after conclusion when he he knows what he's supposed to not say, and the court has just instructed him on what he should not say. And so in terms of making a mistake in front of the jury on 3 different occasions, it can't be anything but intentional at this point.
Okay, his job is to come in and explain to the jury why he arrested your client and why he suspected your client. This is a very challenging deal with Brad because we're letting him say the suspect and not the defendant's name. It appeared to me completely unintentional, but that said, do we need to quit for the day so he'll be squared away for Monday?
That's fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm gonna deny the motion for this trial and give him a chance to rest and really absorb how we're gonna do this and then come back on Monday morning. Start fresh with us.
I just don't like to appear to that, Your Honor.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
That'll be fine?
Yes, yes,
Okay, can you go out and start
yes,
further?
yes. Are we ready, Your Honor?
We're ready for the witness, yeah, we're ready to trade.
I got you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, I appreciate your immediate stopping and apology to the jury. I'm going to instruct them again to disregard the use of this name. So just in case, let me explain what we talked about in here. So when you reference any person whose face is invisible, it's fine to say that individual matches the person you identified in the video previously.
Gotcha.
And maybe it will help you to stop referring to my subject. That'll help you not to think you're going to routine of saying my subject, Julian Conley. It's absolutely appropriate for you to identify him by name on exhibits 111 and 112. No problem with that. You guys can do that repeatedly if you want. When you're looking at the other videos, refer to him as a person who reaches the discretion. If you can, and you can go through all of the details of the body matches
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, will we have that stricken from the record?
jurors are accounted for.
Better? Okay. To the extent that the defendant's name is used specifically in identifying exhibits that are not 111 or 112, you're to disregard the use of his name. And ultimately, you and only you will decide whether the defendant has been identified. Okay, go right ahead.
I think we stopped there at timestamp 21:40:39. We'll show you what's been marked as 112. In states 112, is that the same person that you just identified at timestamp 20:40:39 in states exhibit 2?
Yes.
And you know that person to be whom? In states exhibit 112.
Julian Conley.
Is the defendant Julian Conley wearing the same clothing as the person that's depicted in states 2 at 21:40:39?
Yes.
Is that a red shirt,
Red shirt,
light jeans,
light jeans.
black backpack, black do-rag, black shoes,
Correct. With the
AR-15 swinging on the side?
correct.
And we're going to go back to state's exhibit number 2, starting at the timestamp of 21:40:39. Were you able to identify any other suspects in state's exhibit 2 marked at 21:40:46?
No, just one suspect I was able to identify.
Do you see the person in the white at the top of the screen?
Yes, I do.
And at some point during the course of your investigation, is that person wearing the same outfit that you observed the second suspect at the MARTA bus video?
Yes, the subject that's further to the left, my left, is
Please suffer, so I don't know.
okay. The subject right here I was able to identify.
And were you able to identify him from the MARTA bus image that you had received of that person?
The MARTA bus image and also another camera that he walked past at the liquor store. Walked right in front of the camera.
At some point in time, I think you indicated that you had received images and video surveillance from various different angles and points. At some point in time, did you make a compilation of all of those different vantage points around the same time stamp?
Yes, I put all the video angles and made it like a puzzle and put them all together so you can see it at different vantage points at the same time.
And are those vantage points that we talked about, the BP, the All-American, and the warehouse?
Correct.
When published to the jury, states exhibit 2. And in making that compilation, did you make any markings or anything to identify the suspects that you were that were circles of interest in the aggravated assault against the McCoy?
Yes, I was able to circle them with different color circles.
And those individuals that you circled, what was the description of the clothing that they were wearing?
Suspect 1, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, a satchel, AR-15 hanging from the side, blue jeans, do-rag, and dread-like twists coming from his hair. Suspect number 2, white shirt, blue jeans on, and he was also carrying an AR-15 style pistol or rifle.
At this vantage point, can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 2, are there 4 different camera views?
Yes, so the bottom right corner is from the BP gas station. The top right corner is from the package store. The top left corner is from that northeast corner of the package store. The bottom left corner is the further, like the west part of the building of the package store.
And on that bottom right corner, is there a circle there?
Yes, that's going to be circled my suspect number 2 in the yellow circle. And which you can see him in both angles.
Is that the McCord's car circled in green?
Yes, it is. And this is when they're driving westbound and pulling into the parking lot of the package store, which you're going to see in the top right-hand corner.
In that bottom camera angle, is that suspect 2 appearing back in the screen?
Yes, he's going to be circled in the yellow circle, which is across the street again at the BP station.
What direction is he headed towards?
He's headed toward the parking lot of the package store.
Mr. McCord is having what appears to be a
He-
conversation with someone.
Yes, he's having a verbal exchange with the gentleman he just drove through the barricade at.
In what direction is that gentleman? Was that first video that we saw with those individuals coming by that, where the trash can was in State's Exhibit 2, around that 21:39 timestamp?
Yeah, so the view that we were previously looking at, that's the backside view. And when you saw them walking towards the parking lot, this is the actual parking lot that they're walking towards. At the bottom right-hand corner, you see suspect number 1 that's wearing the red shirt, bright white letters on the back, satchel, blue jeans, AR-15 on the side. He's circled in the red.
What direction is he headed now?
He is also heading westbound toward the package store.
And is that where we see McCord's outside of the car this time?
Correct. The barricade is just behind him. The top left-hand corner, that's the backside. The yellow circle, that's going to be suspect number 2.
Has suspect number 1 peered into the
Yeah.
screen?
Suspect number 1 wearing the red shirt, bright letters, white letters on the back, AR-15 hanging, the satchel on the side. He's circled in red.
Is the AR hanging right now?
No, he has it raised and pointed
What direction is it hanging?
towards the McCords. Do you see both individuals going back towards the barricade?
And here, do you see your suspect number 1 circled in red?
Yeah, suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters, AR-15 hanging on the side, the satchel. He's pointing towards the parking lot, where suspect number 2 is diverting his attention back to the parking lot. Suspect number 2 is in the yellow circle.
What direction is suspect 2 now heading?
Suspect number 2 is going back through the parking lot in a direction the McCoys had just retreated in.
And is that the direction that suspect number 1 is going towards?
Correct. And you see suspect number 2 walking back towards the barricade.
And where is suspect 2 heading towards now?
Suspect number 2 is heading back to the barricade where they just left.
Suspect 2 appear back in the screen at this point?
Yes, suspect number 2 is circled in the yellow, is walking back to the BP parking lot.
Do you recall what time this is?
I believe it's 2140, maybe close to 2141 now.
As a result of what you observed in State's Exhibit number 2, the video compilation, did you do anything next as part of your investigation?
Yes, I took screenshots of those videos of the subjects who walked in front of the camera, and I completed a police bulletin of them.
What's a police bulletin?
This is where we create to get to the media and also give out on the canvas when we're doing our canvas trying to talk to witnesses. And we do that to try to solicit information.
And is that was in State's Exhibit 123 through 125? Are those lolos that you created?
Yes.
And do they fairly accurately depict the lolos that you created?
Yes.
Any additions made to them?
No, everything's the same.
Any deletions?
No.
Any manipulation?
No.
Saying that's the State's Exhibit 123 through 125 in this integrity.
Objection.
No objection.
Okay, they're admitted and you can display.
Is this your suspect number 2 that's in State's Exhibit 123?
Yes, that's suspect number 2.
What's in his hand?
It's the AR-15 rifle.
And what's the reward amount that's listed at this time?
It's been growing as the investigation goes on. It was at that point $20,000.
And State's Exhibit 124?
State 24 is going to be suspect number 2, and also we have the victim, Secoriea Turner.
In State's Exhibit number 125, what photograph did you use to make that bolo?
This State Exhibit 125, that bolo was taken from the Martyr video.
And would that be the same photograph that is in State's Exhibit 112?
Correct.
And were you able to make an identification of that individual?
Yes.
And who did you identify from State's Exhibit 125 and 112 to be?
Julian Conley.
At some point, did you learn the name of suspect number 2?
Yes.
How did you learn his name?
I got a call from a lady who said that she just got back from out of town. Her son was on the news, and she wanted to come down and clear his name.
And did they come down?
Yes.
Who came down?
It was suspect number 2 and his mother.
And at that time, did you learn his name?
I did.
Okay.
Correct.
And what was that name?
Jerrion McKinney.
And did you interview Jerrion McKinney?
I did.
Reading his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And what did you learn about the incident during the interview with Jerrion McKinney?
So Jerrion McKinney gave a statement, stated that he did not know any of the individuals that he was speaking with on video at the barricades. He stated that he was down there doing a celebration, and he was not at the barricade when of course, when the Secoria's Jeep drove through.
Did he identify himself as being the person that states Exhibit 124?
He did.
Did he identify himself as being the person holding this long gun or assault rifle
Yes.
out there on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Did he identify himself as being the person wearing that white shirt and black jeans?
Yes.
Was he able to give you the identification of any other individuals out there?
No.
Did he admit to having a weapon?
At that time, he said that his weapon was stolen. He also stated that he went to the Edgewood area right after this incident, and someone broke into his car and stole his AR-15.
And is that Edgewood area, is that the area where you indicated that you were involved in an investigation where there was a shooting where 16 people were shot and 2 people were killed?
Correct.
And he indicated that he went down there with that assault rifle?
Correct.
So we looked at the video from the All-American. Did you have any other videos that you reviewed?
Yes. We had, of course, we had the BP and the warehouse video, 100 University.
In those videos, were you able to observe the shooting of the Jeep that Secoriea, Charmaine, and Omar were riding in?
Yes.
And what did you observe? What vantage point were you observing where you were able to observe that shooting?
So the compilation that I was explaining that was put together like a puzzle, it covers all vantage points. And there's no blind spot, so you have the package store vantage point, so we'll be just looking across the street from the BP, and the warehouse, which covers the backside of the vantage point.
Did they have a time stamp on that?
Yes.
Videos? What time do you observe that Jeep passing through that barricade?
I believe it was approximately 21:46 hours.
In real time?
I'm sorry, 9:46 p.m.
And how much time had passed between the assault between the McCords and when you see this Jeep passing through the surveillance cameras from the different vantage points?
Less than 4 minutes, approximately.
Can you tell us about exactly what you observed as that Jeep drove through that area?
So after watching the video, I observed and confirmed that suspect number 2 did walk away from the barricade. However, suspect number 1 stayed at the barricade. From that vantage point, I was able to identify suspect number 1 from his bright red shirt, satchel, blue jeans, AR-15 hanging from the side. The Jeep drove through. He and about 3 or 4 other armed individuals tried to stop the vehicle. As the vehicle passed, suspect number 1 fired his assault rifle multiple times inside the vehicle. As the vehicle passed, there's 2 or 3 more bursts where he shot as the vehicle was driving away, which one of those rounds struck Secoriea.
Was there any other individuals standing at that barricade as the Jeep went through?
Yes.
Can you describe what they were wearing, if anything?
So they had dark colored clothes on. I couldn't make their identification. And that's about it with those. I couldn't identify them.
Were they armed?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what Omar and Charmaine had told you about seeing individuals in all black or dark clothing at the barricades with weapons as they drove through?
Yes, that is consistent.
Were you ever able to get an identification of those other individuals that were standing at the barricade, how many, did you say 2 or 3?
I would say roughly 2 to 3.
Were you able to get any identification of those other 2 or 3 individuals standing at the barricade?
No.
So I want to be clear, you had 2 or 3 other individuals, they're dressed in all black, and they're armed.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
Okay, it's just clarifying. He can answer that question and then move on.
And there's one other suspect standing there with red shirt on.
The suspect number 1 was there with his bright red shirt, satchel, AR-15, blue jeans, white letters on the back of that red shirt.
When you observed that Jeep going through, did you observe anybody being hit by the Jeep that Omar was driving and that was Secoriea was sitting in that back seat?
No one was hit.
Did you see anybody fall to the ground and get up shooting?
Nobody fell to the ground and started shooting.
How many people were shooting at that vehicle as it passed by?
Suspect number 1 definitely shot. It is observed. And as the vehicle is driving away, you see another shot within that group. It's from like a distant shot that just goes off very quickly. And that's the only burst that I see in that area, in that group.
Mr. Ravis, maybe I need you to lift it for me.
I think I can handle it. May not be as strong as Mr. Reyes.
She wasn't trying to imply anything.
As the vehicle is passing by and going through the barricade, what side was suspect number 1 standing on?
On the driver,
If this is the driver's side, this is the passenger side.
the driver's side.
And so suspect 1 is standing over here.
Correct.
As the car is moving, are shots being fired into that car?
Yes.
So that it's moving vehicle, if Mr. Abadi was moving around, he was moving a little bit.
Correct.
Hard to determine the trajectory rods,
Correct.
the path of that movement.
Correct.
At some point, as it's passing by, are there defects and bullet holes being entered into that driver's side?
Yes, the defects was consistent with the pattern of the vehicle was being driven, and as it passed, it also stayed consistent with those 2 bursts that we see, suspect number 1, which entered the back of the vehicle.
And so at some point it gets past and the back of the vehicle is in front of suspect number 1?
Correct.
And that's that suspect that had on a red shirt, white lettering, light jeans, dark shoe, do-rag.
With the dreads hanging from the side and AR-15.
At that point, is that AR-15 hanging?
It was, but at that point, as they drove through, he raised his AR-15, and as the vehicle drove through, he began to shoot.
Did you notice as that vehicle is passing through the barricade, anyone on the passenger side of that vehicle?
Yes.
What did you notice?
The windows were rolled up. They were just occupying the vehicle and being driven normally.
Did you ever see any shots being fired out of that vehicle?
No, none.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 119, 120, 121, 121A, and 121B. If you could look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurate, what are they, first of all?
This is going to be the Exhibit 119 is going to be the vantage point from the warehouse, the backside vantage point. Exhibit 120 is going to be when the actual Secoria's Jeep is driving past the barricade. 121B is Secoria's Jeep going to the barricade, and you see a slither of suspect number 1 standing at the barricade. Exhibit 121A is a close-up view of what we already talked about, the vehicle being driven by and shot. And 121, Exhibit 121 is showing the muzzle flash as the vehicle's driving by from suspect number 1.
And the state's exhibits 119 through 121A, are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on that video?
Yes, it is.
And are these screenshots like we talked about before that you grabbed from the video as you were looking at it?
Yes.
Have there been any omissions, deletions,
No.
alterations,
None.
manipulations made to those?
None.
I'd ask the state's exhibit 119 through 121A be admitted to evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted and you can publish.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in state's exhibit 119?
Yeah, so the red circle is circled around Secoria's Jeep that she was riding in. The red arrow is pointing towards suspect number 1.
Are you able to see the clothing that you had described, those light jeans and red shirt?
On the live video, yes, you're able to see it. What you see in the arrow is pointed, that's the AR-15 kind of peeking out from behind that tree.
And what's the timestamp on state's exhibit 119?
9:46.
And state's exhibit number 120, what's the detail in that?
That is Secoria's Jeep driving past suspect number 1 and the other armed individuals at the barricade.
Now, in state's exhibit 120, do you see that area that we talked about in state's 57B where the Williams family was?
Yes.
Can you please circle where that is? On the Jeep, are the windows up or down?
They're up.
State's exhibit 121. You could, what's depicted in state's 121?
So this is a continuing motion of the Jeep with Secoria in it, just continue to drive.
Do you see the individual that you have described as being suspect number 1 in state's exhibit 121?
Yes.
Is that individual wearing the same light colored jeans, dark colored shirt?
Yes, light color blue jeans, red shirt, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, satchel on the side, carrying the AR-15.
What is he doing? Suspect number 1, what are they doing right now?
At this particular picture, at this exact moment, he's shooting in the side of the vehicle, and as it passes, he fires 2 more times.
Are you able to see when the shot is fired from that weapon?
Yes, if you look closely, you can see the muzzle flash.
Can you please circle that for me, ladies and gentlemen? And the other individuals, are they depicted, that was at the barricade, are they depicted there?
Yes.
Is anybody on the ground?
Nobody's on the ground.
What kind of clothing are they wearing?
Dark color clothing.
I'm going to go to state's exhibit 121B. Can you tell? What is the piece in state's 121B?
So this is Secoria's Jeep that's driving through the barricade. And if you look a little bit left to the barricade, you can see suspect one's light colored pants.
If you could circle suspect one black on pants. What direction is suspect one headed towards?
Suspect one is facing, if you look on that intersection, you're facing towards 75, which is west. Secoria's Jeep is going east, so they're crisscrossing that way.
And would that be the right side, the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, that's the driver's side of the vehicle.
Is the suspect walking away from the vehicle?
He's walking towards the vehicle.
And State's Exhibit 121A. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit 121A?
Yeah, so suspect number one wearing a bright red shirt, blue jeans, satchel, AR-15. He is raising his AR-15 at this moment as Secoria's vehicle is approaching.
Can you please circle? That's suspect number one. And is that the same clothing that the individual was wearing in State's Exhibit 112?
Yes.
And as the vehicle is coming through, do they drive through the barricade?
No, they drive around the barricade.
What did it appear they were doing? Like, did they move around? Did it drive straight? What did the vehicle have to do that you observed in the video?
So the vehicle just appeared to drive around the barricade and continue driving eastbound on University.
Did the Jeep kind of go up on the curb?
A little bit because it had to avoid the barricade.
And we're going to go back to State's Exhibit number 2. State's Exhibit number 2, what vantage point was depicted in this video before you?
It's going to be the backside. It's going to be the warehouse vantage point.
And what's the timestamp?
It is 9:45.
And are you able to see those 3 individuals in black at the barricade in this portion of the video?
Yes.
Is the vehicle taking on fire at this point?
Yes.
Are you able to observe, what are muzzle flashes?
Muzzle flash is when the it's like an expellant of the the explosion from the gunpowder when the gunshot is, when the firing pin hits the shell casing, it explodes and causes a muzzle flash.
And is that muzzle flash coming from the gun that suspect number one that you described wearing that red shirt, light blue jeans, black shoes, and do-rag?
Yes.
And was that AR-15 similar to the one state 60M?
Yes.
At this point, is there any violation of laws for what the Jeep driving through that barricade?
No violation whatsoever.
And for purposes of time, Your Honor, we'll skip ahead for the time stamp to 9:45.
Okay, thank you. Of exhibit number,
Exhibit number 2, so raw footage from the warehouse location?
Yes, correct.
okay, thank you.
And what vantage point are we looking at right now in State's Exhibit number 2, market? Time stamp 9:45:08.
So this is the second camera from the warehouse, and it's covering the backside barricade. The top of the screen, that's where the Jeep drives through.
Let me ask you, in this vantage point, are there individuals at that backside of the barricade?
Yes, it is.
And what clothing are they wearing?
I see 2 white T-shirts, but the rest of them have dark color clothes on.
Were you ever able to identify any of